No, I've updated it on my end, but for some reason, it hasn't updated in terms of like the actual stuff, which is really weird. Like, if I could show you, it literally does say that it's changed, but yeah, whatever. I gotta go check the YouTube as well. Oh, is it because of like what I put in the title? Oh, maybe it is. I put crazy in. Is it to do with that? That's madness. There we go. That's probably it. Like, it didn't tell me that it wasn't allowed because of that, but whatever. No, this is Sparta indeed. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I'm gonna go check the YouTube side of things because that is just stupid. It should hopefully have updated at this point. I know that I could probably have on this one, but hello. Yeah, YouTube is fine with me saying the lady's going crazy. So it's either putting ladies in the title or crazy in the title. Bananas is okay. We are. We're doing the Intervalio. Anyway, the madness is over. Hello there. Hello. The madness is about to begin, but still. We are Isomaris. Oh my god. But yeah, I still haven't obviously done the story in Nikkei, for example. That's still kind of planned, and I think it's either going to be tomorrow or Wednesday. I don't know when Zenless updates, but I'm probably going to do the Woo-Wah stuff tomorrow, if I'm honest. I do know that we actually have the Steam Next Fest. I think it's just gone live now. So there's going to be a lot of demos which are going to be coming forward, which is going to be fun indeed to go and check. Ooh, you're in chapter 6. Very sexy. I think that's when you do first meet the pilgrims. Yes. I do believe you're right on that. Oh my god, did you Isomaris? Oh my god, are you okay? Do you need any help? Are you alright? Speaking of help, I want to just check this. Okay, no. Apparently they're updating this as well, so yeah. I'm looking at what Galavir posted. I was almost kind of tempted to play this for myself, but instead of actually being productive today, I decided to do it anyway, on here. Instead of being productive today with things, instead, I just relaxed after my week of work and watched Kaiju number 8, which I haven't really gotten around to doing, and trying to actually get past the current railway, which is being an absolute pain in the ass. Like, I actually get now halfway through the Reen fight. Not the Reen fight. I think it's Reen, whatever his fucking name is. And then I just lose. It's not good at all. Oh god, you poor thing. Yeah, I think actually do go. There we go. The monastic experience. Ooh. Well, don't forget they also had to change it initially as well. But yeah, I'm on chapter 23 on norm, but I'm getting my hard chapters up to unlock more of those doodads. Oh, the lost sectors. Yeah. But the problem is, Isomaris, when you get spoiled by good stories like Woo-Wah, I would even put Zenless in there to a degree. Like, it's not as good as Woo-Wah, but still, you know what I mean? Woo-Wah, Nikkei, I'd even say Limbus in my opinion as well, and just other things too. This is why I just kind of don't feel much like enthusiasm to continue NTE, because I'm just finding the story boring and I just can't connect to it. And that's what happened with Honkai Star Rail as well. I even did do the whole bit that you're on about as well, where it's the anomaly space too. And it was okay. It was cool. It was all right, but it just wasn't like, this is the best thing ever, you know? I And maybe I'm just old. I don't know. Maybe I am. But yeah, I had like some annoying things that come through in text as well today. Like, oh, why did you do this? Why did you do that? It's like, I realized that where we found them later and shit like that too. It's just shit happened, okay? Imagine Sentient Brainrot was the major antagonist of a whole major update. Yes, absolutely. Wait, is that actually what it is in the HSR? The school thingy, what the fuck was that? Oh, when she was at school. I'm trying to remember that. I can't remember off the top of my head. All I know is that Natalie is currently in a coma or whatever it is. Maybe she's recovered. I don't know. I haven't finished the whole thing. I'm going to be honest at the end of it, but whatevs. They started off so strongly too, in my opinion, and then just kind of fell apart later. Consultation session. No, wait. But this one, we should go about it like... No, Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante? Huh? Oh, sorry, did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Oh, you say like a school thingy in HSR? Oh, I wouldn't even know. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? It's like, it's a shame with Enfield is... I just discussing it with like, some of the other writers as well. It's like, both NTE has its own issues, and Enfield's main issue is just its update periods and lack of like actual meaningful events, which is the problem. So yeah. I see it gets better, but Planet Card is a whole... Yeah, it was a last-minute rewrite because of the whole Japan-China thing, which is a shame. But whatever. Oh, okay. What's Shitty messaging me about? Oh, yeah, yeah. Apparently they're banning under 16s on Twitter in the UK, and it's just like, okay, that's gonna be interesting. No, things aren't that bad, but... Which I'm not against that. I think that is actually kind of a good thing in a way, because I do think that social media brain rot is a thing for, like, which does absolutely corrupt the youth. Just because of the way, like, like, just looking at a lot of the TikTokers that are getting, like, arrested or in trouble, at least in America, it's because of social media. I'm gonna be honest. It's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Roger's shopping chat is starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, we're in N-Corp at the moment. The bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but... I mean... She might be a monster, but did you see the new characters in Wuwa? Like, I am looking forward to the lore and the story reasons behind that Yang Yang. Yeah. Distortion suddenly started cropping up all over in an area of the back streets called Butter Street. Without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that. They had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Now, one thing you might not remember as well, Red. I don't know if you ever remember, at least in terms of with Limbus at the moment. The more of the golden bows that we have, the more common the distortions seem to be, which is very interesting. The one to do with Yang Yang, where she just attacks with a million pigeons. Yes, yes. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yi Sang, and Mersault are on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Oh, and the fan user as well. It's like there is no break in freaking in Wuwa. I don't even know. I want to get Yang Yang and I want to get that redhead. And everyone else is just like, if I get them, I get them. If I don't, I don't. It's like, ah! Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other direction. And with our onboard stock scrapped down to the bottom, Roger and Ryoshi, who had done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. Oh, and it looks like Lene and Chisa are getting swimsuits. Yeah. Oh, we are eating good in Wuwa. It's like, I still think NTE, in comparison, is still a good game, but it's just... For me, my engagement is just down the drain. Like, I don't feel like I want to dive on and do the, you know, the pink paw heist and all that sort of jazz. Whereas now they've made it even easier in Wuwa. It's like, oh, okay. I'm sad that you can't get, like, you know, the freaking, the free echoes from doing the weekly run. But at least now you get the choice between the two. You can do the combat or you can do the chill. And that's good. That's a good choice. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I just haven't been on NTE the last few days, I'm gonna be real. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to do it, but... It's not like Faust. There have been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. You know what? I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna say something in the Icy Veins, like Enfield chat. It's like, man, you can tell the interest in Enfield is down big time because we're not getting as much payment as we did before. Like, I only got like 26 compared to like almost, I think it was almost like 200 when it first came out. But everyone was looking on the website then. But when's the next time Dante's head explodes? I don't know. It could happen at any point. Probably during Mersault's one. Since the giant light caused people on Mars to awaken ego, it's natural people would also distort. Yeah! Could it be? You can't access the Gesell shaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remains occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right! You really are cut off from the Gesell shaft. I mean, we know that she's stupid Faust in the Gesell shaft at the moment, but she has very, very low, like, admin now, which is crazy when you think about it. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesell shaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Because this Faust used to be an administrator as well of the Gesell shaft, but now she's like got the lowest permission. She's not being killed off like some of the other Fausts by the sounds of it. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. It's a wild Voxy, hey! It's going alright. I'm just lamenting over all the new titles, well, the new demos that are coming out on the Steam Next Fest, and me just being inevitably behind on, I quote behind, like I'm being paid to do it, which I'm not, to do things. with the videos of covering indies. But like, yeah, I need to get around to them. Add 3D team. Ooh, nice. Yeah. Hello there, Ray. Also, just planning, like, okay, I'm not sure when the 3.0 ZZZ goes live, but ideally, I'd probably like to do the WooWart stuff tomorrow, and then, like, do Zenless on my next day off, which is Thursday, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. We're just gonna chill. We're gonna get through the Kanto, well, I say Kanto, the Intervalio, and see where we go from there. You think it's Wednesday? I am working Wednesday, but that doesn't mean I can't start it on Wednesday, so we shall see. But that's why I kind of wanted to maybe leave it till Thursday, because I got the day off just to really invest into it. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Also found out that it's either ladies or crazy isn't allowed in Twitch's titles, which is very strange. Well, Faust is gonna have to realize that she is smart enough not to rely on the gesture chat, because she has relied on them a lot. So, yeah. Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Yoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. It's interesting that we remember them, but no one else does. Obviously, like, Dante's supposed to be the representation as the player, which makes sense why Dante would remember. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right, despite K-Court's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Ariashiki's severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories that I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning, which once again would play into the fact that if the player character is obviously us, very good representation of the player, like, I don't know who they are. Why would we have prior memories of who we were before? I don't know. I got Lucille. Very lucky. My first temple. Still going for her weapon, though. I know. A lot of drip. Holy shit. So much drip. I've also been really enjoying all the stuff to do with Nikkei, at least. With the Power Ranger Red. Whatever they call it. Dark Ranger Red. Basically being a kindred spirit with Crown. I fucking love it. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swap my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why would my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clockhead? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. I will give you Wobb's currency, but I'm very stingy. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. He means, like, you know, the currency in game? Oh, right. Because Ray's just like, just use money. Go for it. It's like, hey, everything can be sold with the power of credit card. It's true. It can be. Oh, right. You won't respond. Yeah, okay. How Red was compared to Crown at all. The only reason, like, it's just in the fandom, is because Crown makes a, like a sort of cat face. Red makes a cat face, whereas Crown also makes a sort of cat face, sort of when she's got the, that skin on that she got from New Year's. That's the only reason where there's any sort of likeness between them. It's just because they both put a funny face that's similar. Literally, that's it. No deeper than it. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience will prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you'll be able to engrave your aspect. I don't know what they mean by aspect. That's probably, maybe that's a library or a lobotomy thing. I still have no idea. Oh, there we go. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means or why I wanted it so much. If anything, because I mean I have Lucilla as well, is I'm just sort of like trying to think of like the best sort of order to use the team that she's idea in, because you could use her with Sigurika or you can use her with Hiyuki. I'm using her in the Chisa, Lucilia, and Hiyuki team. I've seen a lot of people go Hiyuki, Lucilia, and then Chisa. I'm like, okay, I kind of get it to a degree. I'm like, I'm not sure, because at least to me personally, you probably want to like have the chaff be upgraded later rather than first thing rather than later, but I don't know. It makes sense going from Hiyuki to Lucilia because Hiyuki increases the damage of cry, but still. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no, I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind, you are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. The only time they've ever mentioned stars outside of like individuals who are like, you know, threats to the city are the ones outside the city, in the outskirts, where they make a wish to a star, and that usually ends up being an abnormality, but that's the only thing I know about it. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. If I recall as well, with the way it all went with like the tree and shit, there's 2 remaining, right? And one of them's Bina. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Roger's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them will prove much easier. But again, he might have all of them, or at least close to it. But that wouldn't give me that much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You'll be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. And employ previously unavailable tactical pattern. Okay, not employee, that's fine. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Hey, go kick some ass. And hey, get yourself Hatsune Miku in P5X. Let's go, baby. Yep, putting a Heathcliff to the rear with the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Roger, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? And Otis's group, let's see. Looks like they've joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. I know the one of us who played the most of it was Ray. Speaking of stuff that played, I never fucking played that. The play test that you sent me as well, Isomars. I never got around to play it yet. Could you specify the issue? Now, there's going to be a bit of BL, and there's going to be apparently some yanderes in this this intervalia as well. Either way, it's going to be a fun ride. And there's going to be plenty of Mersault apparently, so I'm very excited. Could you specify the issue? I didn't miss out. Perfect. I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. I'm still struggling with that one fight in the one place as well. You won't play it on release. When I saw it in the few hours I played was enough. Ah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Like, I still feel like if I wanted to as well, I could happily just dive back into at least something like Star Saviors. So, yeah. This is going bad from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all over arm and hand signals? Limbus Company does not have an English VO. No, I'm so sorry, Isamaris. I think there is like a mod that you can get potentially, but no. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't even think... Yeah, Lobotomy Corporation, sorry. Lobotomy Corporation doesn't have English VA, but then again, I don't think it has VA in No, it does. It has Korean VA. And same with Library of Runa. It also does not have English VA. It's just all Korean. So, yeah. Thing is, like, if they could really get an English cast, I could really do as well as the Korean casts have done. I'm going to be real. I know it sounds kind of crazy to say, but yeah. They don't even have a Japanese one. So, or Chinese. Why are you waving your hands all over arm and hand signals? What signals? Well, what's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it. So scatter. That was close. Oh, we almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. Think that all of the personnel in the team, only the swappy had the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations of all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I am so intrigued what her bad end ID is going to be for Otis. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Oh no. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one a heck of an entrance. Oh, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Multiple. Oh, finito a million years ago. Like, I'll be honest, if we ever get an Urza ID, it can only be Don Quixote, I feel. Just because she also has like a load of the different offices, like stickers and shit, by the looks of it. Although hers is more, not really offices, it's more like manufacturers, I guess. Friend of mine spends a lot of time RP with character AI, mostly gacha characters he knows, wants to make his own story with them. They sent me a few snippets that, oh my god. You know what? As long as he doesn't, you know, suddenly feel like he's in a budding relationship with them, all is well. You guys were taking forever, so I feel I take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. She's got the Catherine smile. I mean, who? She's got the redacted smile. It's fine though. I love it. It's adorable. Split, thundering descent. The floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipient of a wellspring. Someone actually resubbed at the start, didn't they? Or did they? I don't even remember anymore. I'm lost and confused. I know it's a watch feat from Red, never mind. Don't you worry about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Oh. Why do I feel like it's always like divulges into kinky stuff? Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last distortion outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. Even a sweeper could distort what? And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we stop poking it too hard. Well, I can understand why he spends time on that side. If you like a character and want your own spin on the side. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Why not? At the end of the day, people write fanfic for a reason. Those who don't want to write it, why not use something else, you know? Oh yes, workshops, that's the thing. A plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignment. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hand. You should. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh yeah, they're very horny. I mean, Ezra's not bad. But I know a lot of fan art give her like bigger titties. Which I mean, she's probably packing that underneath that coat anyway, to be fair, considering her size. And she's a very big lady. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo Hattie Kim's also here, so... As far as I know as well, in the Distortion Detective, she did distort. But, she didn't manifest her ego, I don't think. But I'm not sure on that one. Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is! You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. He doesn't, but he does have a self-destruct sequence if he needs it, which was almost utilized when Ricardo was involved. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated that his mind had yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha! That! You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Your brain feels like mush. Absolutely, Red. Get some rest. Like, I'm trying to remember distortions. It's like, if you distort, you still do have a chance of manifesting ego down the line. It's just not as easy. Ooh. Yeah, that's a lot of hours at work, dude. Ah, you have arrived. Ah, it's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. I still don't have the ID based on her yet, but God, I want it. Yet the warm trickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. And what exactly is this light? Mercer has mentioned the sun a few times. Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Wait, I already have like seen that apparently Angdu is quite the yandere in this. Is she just like a supreme glazer? She's the chime. She's the chime, isn't she? Bamboo Hat is like just like Crown and she is chime. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. Yeah, I figured it is. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. A Supreme Glazer? That's what Chime is. Supreme is a Supreme Glazer or a Crown. Oh, that's... Yo, dude, that's what I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you understand usually ends with something, or you break it. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you, dude. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surrounding and must be examined with care. Yeah, that only works if you're savvy about the net, dude. Hang on, did you just say mentor? Ah, I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I had have apprenticed. Hello there, Mr. Rinida. You absolute gem, I hope you're doing well. Do you really have to dress it out like that, dude? I told you, I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch. Where's the switch? Aha! Gotcha! That's just... He's there in the chat. Goodness. Known as Bamboo Hatted Kim. Yeah, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. What a do, bro. I love the fact that she's wearing a skirt over trousers. I love it. I mean, she's still a professional, you know, she's still working. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo Hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself. So I figured his original personality must be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. This personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo Hatted Kim? Yeah, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Ooh, nice. Whoa, that fan in your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff, dude. Can we check again, just in case? You know what? Maybe the Dubro voice is perfect for Bamboo Hatted Kim with his current personality. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Yeah, that's a ticket of talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo Hatted Kim. Oh, I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about.
I do. Just what exactly you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost.
I told them you're a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor.
But they don't look like they heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking?
I know.
I also told them that you were a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command.
I do.
Yes, Mentor?
That's a complete and utter lie. Man, a few words are definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me. Don't you think, dude?
Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more refined and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you. Are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name and mine by extension.
I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, so you can't see anything if I blot this part. Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up, dude?
Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? You have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company.
Oh, why dost thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. Are you actually telling Bamboo Hattie Kim Don Quixote to go out and touch grass? Excellent. And see, this is why Galileo Isamaris asked me, oh, why does Limbus Company have a English dub? No! This is the very reason why. So I can give Bamboo Hattie Kim a surfer accent.
An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider Fire. You have to account for your absence in the mission.
Kira is very likely going to be a member of LC. She isn't at the moment, but I think she will be. But I think she'll be part of the LCE. Which one is the actual sort of like? I think it's they'll probably be part of the expedition team. Allowed to dream about Gregor being voiced by Clancy Brown, Mr. Krabs. Yes, absolutely. Otis addressed Kim as though she was conducting a formal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon.
Yeah, what mission? Oh, that one.
Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis, although his hand was still on my head.
Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work, get what I mean?
The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth.
So, let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job with a frown, too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot undue who's apparently been promoting me as folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line.
Fine. Then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay.
Oh, you catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force-hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day they were again on about, what's its name? Golden Bow? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation.
And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective.
Dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat. To shade my eyes from your utter brilliance.
Do you mean to say that you're in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there, that's why I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly little thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No can do. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a frickin' headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get what you want.
Oh, pouty Ezra is cute.
You heard the gentle lady mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated.
Right.
My apologies for interrupting you amid conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. She's scaring me.
No sooner Ongdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine.
Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV.
Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess.
Well, let's just say that there's a debt to be repaid.
At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company.
Yeah, I suppose I do.
Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered.
Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms.
Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seemed to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arm. The last time he saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. She can do a rocket punch with them, I think.
It's not just the arms. Even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance.
With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. Keanu Reeves and Clancy Brown have one thing in common: they're both in a CGI SpongeBob movie and John Wick 4. Perfect. It's a sign. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place.
Such graceful smoothness! When to machine articulation, it is as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself.
Yep. The showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction.
Those are strikingly similar to Sports Industries N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena, the deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see.
Really? That's interesting. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. So this means that they've been able to make gear based off of distortions? Because normally, whenever gear is being made, it's usually based off of abnormalities. Distortions hasn't really been a thing, but now? it looks like the LCD has been able to actually manage that. That's fascinating.
Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair?
It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But
Sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now.
Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal.
You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please, girl. We walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. 4 hours!
While everyone was distracted, taking in Andu's new outfit and equipment, Jim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up.
Is he pocketing them?
Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things?
It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio.
Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place.
No shit! Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera at least.
Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hand, judging it with curiosity.
What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's...
Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. Is it like a sort of abnormality item? That's right, Nilshouse. That's right. You know something. But Mercer's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out.
What? What did I do?
The exposure to sunlight damages objects.
I already pulled a little bit out, though.
It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section of the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern.
Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, it went back in.
With a quiet nod, Mercer took the object from Sinclair's hand. Mercer did not speak much. He's been speaking quite a bit.
It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4.
It appears to be a combat roll for a film camera.
You seem to have handled one before.
Yes. Mercer's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. Yeah, Uncle Mercer's always going to be the winner.
I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war.
It's his canto. I mean, we've got the we've got the next Walpurgis coming up, and then after that, it should probably be his canto. We're not in Encorp, I think, at the moment. I think we're in the outskirts to Encorp, but I'm not sure currently.
Film rolls used by Encorp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard.
This is Intervalio 2, and the next one after this is going to be, like I said, going to be Walpurgis.
A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Same. Then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her failing perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of the distortions nearby. And it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante's asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet! These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around's gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. Yes. Like I mentioned it before earlier, as far as I'm aware, she has not manifest go, but she has distorted. And it was like she sprouted horns from her head, like ram horns or something. It's almost kind of like sheep related. Only because I've watched a few lore videos and stuff like that as well, which covered this sort of thing. But I think she's distorted twice, even. I'm not 100% sure on that. I know she has for sure once, but I can't remember what it was over. By inflection point, are you referring to the point in the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polysemy referring to the point at which distortion occurs. The motive, intent, or indeed the point in which the inflection of the mind occurs. I'm getting so many goddamn emails at the moment. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. I do know that the Vesper ate Moses' hand. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Oh, I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens a door into the fathoms or whatever, right? You mean dungeon of fathoms? Yep, that's the one! From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient's ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we all want to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first. When things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the ZWI, the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly! That's why we gotta find something. anything that might count as a clue.
Maybe the buried camera which we have? Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash grey suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases.
Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo?
Come to think of it,
Wasn't Mersault?
I was employed by N-Corp.
Yeah, what? You used to work with those people?
Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight.
Do you know who these guys are, Mersault? Thing is, Mersault is so autistic, could say to a degree, he literally will not willingly divulge information unless he is asked. Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team as service declassed. I'm pretty sure that on his gauntlet as well, that means son, probably in French. Mersault recited the information as though he was pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind.
Okay,
Pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector.
that'd be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. Do you think it'd be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia.
Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia.
Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses?
I am unable to determine that.
Huh?
The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question.
Ezra staring holes into me even unspoken. Is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Mersault, maybe this would be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, and that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Mersault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came.
There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager.
A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke.
A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception.
I felt silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner... Got it! Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back street. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see. My bad," as usual.
Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one of the following. Was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the back streets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individual designated by the nest.
Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of the departments in charge. I say these guys here are NCorp staff. Miss Angdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking through their belongings for enlightening clues, yet be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art to discern the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance. Yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet. Let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha! This might be it. It's an order missive. Hey, if Heathcliff was here, he'd totally take the wallet. Edge reporter sheet of paper out from an NCorp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Roger, Ryoshu, and Hong Lu back then. She's just kept them on her all this time, just in anticipation it might come up again. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigans. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. I remember from the LCB power scale as well, you know, the checkup. Just remember that Otis was basically higher than Ryoshu. I think the only one who was the highest was Don Quixote herself. Ah. That's something new. I mean, I might. I'll avoid that one, thank you very much. I know, just a weird, like, hey, we'd like to sponsor you with pens. It's like, no. That's a bit strange and a bit weird. But anyway. So has anyone actually seen any good sort of game to keep an eye out yet, or nah? Because I know, like, we literally have the Steam Next Fest right now. They are hooves. How dare you point out that they are who's Red? Sorry, I just saw that in Discord. Look at this. Oh, right. I just saw the... I was like, wait, what's this that Gallivere posted? What do you mean? I'm sorry, Edouard. It's like, oh, it's a washing board. I get it. I get it. I absolutely get it. It's evil, but yeah. Ooh, we have our first fight. Let's go. I have to obviously use I'm sorry, but I have to use it. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. Right. Now, I don't actually have a decent one for Ishma. I don't have her ID. So I guess I could just use the Zhong's office rep one instead for shits and giggles. So there we go. It's like, why? It's like, look, it's extra points, man. It's extra. I need them. I even went through the effort of actually up-tie 4ing, which may be seen as a waste down the line of Otis ID, the Yisang ID, and everything. Actually, I didn't mean to go in straight away. Holy shit. I actually thought Echoes of Aincrad was actually already out. Like, holy moly. I won't deny I am kind of tempted with that.
Right, how many demos are there going to be on Steam that I'm just going to ignore? Well, like, actually want to get around to playing, but then don't. So many. So fucking many. And I can have a good look later. I know I've got to get some good things recorded anyway tomorrow for the YouTubes. What's great is you have like stuff during the Steam Next Fest, and it's like, oh, this has no demo. What do you mean it has no demo? Yeah, Echoes of Ironcrad. I mean, like, hey, at the end of the day, that's probably going to be pretty freaking cool. At least I hope so. And if it's not, I'm going to be very, very disappointed. So, yeah. Please make sure it's a good game is all I'm going to ask, okay, Asamaris? Like, please, please. I have all the faith that you will make it happen. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around here, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. It's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? I want to search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object?
Yeah, dude, for the 8th time, Angdo, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that, team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official.
But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal...
Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Angdo. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away.
Not for you, Mentor. Or do you not dwell on what can no longer be undone?
I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Andy. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past.
I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago. Whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries when you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Well, there's a lot of hype around this one.
Ah, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot, the very wound which gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through.
Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times.
But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp-cutting words that I really don't want to hear.
Ah, is that so?
Hongdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down.
What's this?
I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp-cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead will cause no suffering.
Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Hongdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Hongdu said he had? Ah, young Hongdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him.
Pray, speak freely.
This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an exceptional degree, and yet...
Ah, I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time being mentored with his shoulders so embraced. and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you, I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted onto me.
Truly?
Why, fortune should grant the opportunity. You may witness mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river, to arrive at such a chance.
Hongdu gave her prosthetic arms a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. She's a scary individual. Then leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered,
Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to digging in his heel. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit.
Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. Don Quixote knows because of, literally a Sancho serving Don Quixote. So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commercian and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Oh, we have arrived at the T8 location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator?
Oh crap! Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time when I saw the N-Corp employees. I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden...
A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim.
Yeah, there was the same pop and...
With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as their breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening.
Yeah, seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Andy?
Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor?
Yeah, is that right? Looks much the same to me.
Wait, what's with the red eyes in the background that I just saw?
This place.
Did we just get teleported to Escort?
No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is...
I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bending, coiled in grotesque form, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point towards a single phenomenon. This is the depths of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager, it's...
This is exactly it! This is what I was trying to explain!
What the ever-living monkey balls? Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps.
Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Hongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I am afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chinokins of Escort twice. Oh, come on, man, not again!
He's a repeat offender, that's for certain.
Executive manager.
Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle.
On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle.
Perfect.
To war!
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a lot of different ones. I am very excited to see what we're going to get. I'm gonna see what it actually recommends to me, and then I'm looking at the demos like roughly, so I know it's messing things up, but yeah. Anyway, look at those later. Congratulations, huge win rate. Okay, perfect. It's working. It's working. And that's the clashable counter, so I don't need to worry about that one. Like, I think I'd rather just sort of, like, do it at the moment where it's like this, but we'll see. We'll see. That's clashing, that's clashing, that's clashing. She's struggling right now. It's not a good sign.
망설임이 없도록.
Oh shit, I should have seen who they were clashing with. Ignore them and just like done extra damage. That's on me, that is.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Part of me is kind of relying on her, I'm not gonna lie.
공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
Man, why is Sinclair just such an aura farmer? Okay, you're clashing with... So you're already clashing. And you're clashing with that one. You're clashing with the one over there. And you're also being attacked by like another one, I think. Perfect. So all I really need to worry about is like... I need to worry about this one here. Yeah. I just need to worry about these two. Perfect. Like, oh, whoops, you already screwed up. Look, I know what's happened. It's fine. It's fine. I'll get it sorted. I'm just trying to like split. Oh, that's a dominating. That's even better. Why is he doing? Why does he have such good clashing? I don't understand. No, there's no relic system in this whatsoever. It's all just uptying to like say as you improve them. The uptie 4 is the best. Right now there is one individual, which is literally this guy here, who has a kind of gear upgrade now. Veer and Ego. Ego. I've got to like reiterate that because it sounds like it's an e-girl, which is not the same.
망설임이 없도록.
Yeah, he does. He upgrades the ego. So yeah, you never have to worry about like getting gear. Like you just get the unit. And when you actually pass, like, say, hard mode... Oh, sorry, not hard mode, but, like, you... Right now, you got to do Kanto 8, I think it is, rather than Kanto 9. You unlock hard mode, and you can just keep getting, like, shards to get characters. Like, it's still one of the best free-to-play games that exists. Obviously, you can pay, as always, if you really want to, but you don't have to. But it's why I do, on occasion, buy stuff. Yeah. You just have to level them up. And upgrade the sinners. Like when you uptie them to uptie 2, for example, which is the first upgrade, they'll unlock their third skill, I think it is. And then uptie... Oh, is it uptie 3? No, uptie 3 is when they get the first skill. Uptie 2 is when they get their first passive. Uptie 3 is when they get their second passive and skill 3. And then uptie 4 is they get improved further. Like, I have one here. Like, he's only up type 3. No, you don't need dupes. Any dupes you get go straight into shards. So he's up type 3. But, for example, she's up type 4. So she does a lot more. Like, sometimes you don't get, like, an actual ego generation on the defense skill until you get actually, like, up type 4. That's the most common one. I can finally use this upgrade. Okay, what are you two attacking? Okay, you're guarding. So you're guarding that one, and your power... Are you attacking both? Haggard. That's perfect. There's literally just... No, you're just guarding against that one. Weird. Yeah, so it's just these two this time. And of course, one of the main things you want to do as well is like, oh, you have all the things like resin and you know, like, I forget what they call the A one, but whatever. But it's literally just match the colors, and the attack itself will be stronger. There you go. It's that simple. It's like some of the IDs in this team are not like the strongest, but they get buffed because of the Blade Lineage Mersault that I have. He buffs all BL units. This is the first time they've actually brought in like an ego that straight up actually buffs a unit. Which is this one right here.
확실히 훌륭하고 오번 수감자 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
Yeah, that's based off of the Bamboo Hattie Kim's distortion. Then he has a distorted effect as well, which if I get the chance to use it, I will. I'll overclock it.
흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
Very different. Sweet. So I just got to attack the others. I really don't know why he has such good clashing. I really don't. I'm all for it though. Yeah, I've now overclocked it, which will force the ego to distort. This can have a chance of attacking your own team. Usually overclocked is a lower percentage, but if they go to -45, then you will attack your thing. And it does a different thing. Sometimes it's better to overclock. It usually tends to do more damage and has other effects as well.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을
And
때보다
they tend to be a bit different, but that one's pretty much almost the same.
매일 보아왔는데도
나가리판이네. 다음.
감회가
Hey, no problem, Gallivant.
흉터의 결과.
Well, I'm trying to get as many points as I can, really. That's the main thing.
수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
And yes, fun is indeed, I say, subjective. Like, I unfortunately do not have the new Ishmael one, so I just have to use what I've got. I've kind of been learning to fight as well, Gallivant. I don't know if you know that right now, it might be. In the,
비껴 베어버렸군.
I would, but I don't have that unit. And we don't get a Honglu in the, in this Intervalio, I'm gonna be honest.
매콤 주먹 모드.
So I think you can swap out 2.
괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는
So
것이
most people swap out Sinclair and Otis.
이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
I would imagine it's more likely going to be Ezra Don Quixote, just because Ezra has a load of the workshop stickers on,
이번에도 잘해줬어.
and Don Quixote has all of the fixer stickers. So it's like, okay, well, badges.
That should be all of them.
Surveying the area of measured alert, undo. Yeah, no, it makes sense, and also with the hair as well. And yeah, I think Ezra's also a bit of a glutton too. Surveying the area of measured alert, undo casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. Huh, they're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right, you take that side, Ongdu, I'll search here. Ezra and Ongdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Privy! Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. Oh, we battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon?
Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion.
It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion has already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street.
Then those people.
They entered the space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Hee hee. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress our cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. She's been likened a lot by the PM community to be like a Labrador. She's just like a puppy. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. They've got big hands too. We recall Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are...
The glyph emblazoned upon their headband. Chu bespeaks propulsion, pursuit. It marks them as Chinokan, functionaries charged with scouring, hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being disposed of their stations in Escorp after all. Ah, so it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft while grand fashioning Escorp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed. I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the band of Nobi could be impressed upon us otherwise.
Hey, a bit more backstory for you, Sang. Nice.
Nobi, a wretched appellation conferred upon the people at the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of Escort operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboos summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the captured, invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down to take possession of the very being, and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what Escorp has become today.
It would make sense if it does.
My mentor too is one of the victims of a cursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yi Sang? Or me, perhaps? Or none of us? You mean to state that there may be conceptual forms of Chinokins generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting.
With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her finger against her brow as if her head was starting to pound in frustration.
To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and his Chinokins have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon.
As far as I'm aware as well, like, just unless 100% is the max you can have, the more bonuses you have towards getting the extra, the better. That's usually been the case. At least to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy.
To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Shinokins have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chinokins suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memory. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo Hatter Kim or Ongdu's memory.
Yep. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem.
I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either.
The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. It's got to either be the camera or something in this place that's causing it.
Ah, if only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake.
The irony is, Sinclair taking out the film probably would have saved them.
And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The NCORP employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us.
Funnily enough, I don't know if you've seen the ego gifts from this new one as well in the Mirror Dungeon, Galavir, but the briefcase you can get, absolutely perfect for NCORP units because it improves bleed, nail, and also tremor. So it's like, oh, okay, cool.
I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it will be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and, like, I expect us with the Kanto 10 IDs, if we do get NCORP units, I expect them to be the evolved versions of the current NCORP units we have. So it'd be like Heathcliff, Roger, obviously Faust, etc, in more powerful forms of them, having gone up in the ranks and shit. That'd be bloody cool. I could totally see that. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's just first drag that slippery hat wearing Court back here and get him talking about the Chinokins. That's probably our best bet. Except for, of course, Mercil. He's going to end up being, obviously, whatever he's going to be involved with them. His bad end ID, man. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration. She's so adorable. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo Hatter Kim is right now. Oh god, has he gone where with the other team? I love this as well because it's like, okay, you can literally just have two different things going on at once because of the MacGuffin that exists at the moment. And that's fantastic. I'm all for it. Like, they didn't have to, but yes, I'm once again all for it. How many did I get from this? So 106. I got a lot of freaking currency.
That's actually a lot more than what I've been getting doing mirror dungeons. I get 220 for every mirror dungeon I do with this full team. So it's like, all right, cool. I should have a demo downloaded. Only ones that kind of interest me anyway. If you haven't checked out the Mortal Shell 2 demo, I do absolutely recommend it if you haven't already, just FYI. Because, yeah, it is actually quite good. As a Souls-like, you'd be kind of surprised at how, like, smooth the damn thing is. Oh, so we have everybody here. Oh, fantastic. Perfect. Give me my freaking battle mate, okay?
제 차례인가요?
수금할 시간.
그래, 후회하지 않게 해주지.
I don't care. I got the team ID. Let's go. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team.
Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. Yeah, things are going so well. We're gonna talk it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know. But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Hey, listen, bud. Not everyone's itching to swipe air coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance.
Oh my god, they're never gonna let him live this down. They're never gonna let him live it down. Oh, what? How many bloody months are you lot gonna milk that?
Excuse me?
What? You got a problem too, mate?
No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies.
Yo, dude, is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. I'm mistaking this place for the... I wanted to mute myself. Yeah, I really enjoy watching you folks dance. Might have decided this place the Peace Blossom Letter Legends. Had there been a cup of fine maca girly to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, all right.
He has a name tag though. I think it says, LCD.
LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear, dude. Just bold sweet. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. You slippery little rat. But I do find this amusing though, dude. Is you trying to play with me? You ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Oh.
Oh, wow, he took out all those Doppo-wearing people with just a single strike.
I said I might cover the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, how did the rest of you folks wandering blades and Miriam tails never linger on the stage for long, you know? After all... Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it.
Please come back. We have maids. Yeah, because right now that's not like one we can use, like, for sure. Yeah, so we have got 5, but that one's not what you call a guaranteed one. Okay, so I actually have to do this fight properly. No! Can I hit win rate? Yes! Win weight! Win weight! Yes! Let's go! There is only the win rate.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네.
Oh, wait, does Yisangos have like a special thing?
확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수가.
I'd actually make it. Oh, no, that's the ID being summoned over. And yes, if you're wondering, I have indeed put the subtitles on when they're in combat. It's quite nice. I like it.
왜? 쌍구경 시켜준다는데 뭐 안 볼 필요 없잖아. 그 독방에 있어봤자 할 것도 없고.
What, the maid lost? But I upgraded you. You're now up type 4. You're supposed to be really powerful. God damn it. I mean, she's even if you don't use her as a main unit in like a poise team, she's still great because her passive support is just all about the poise.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
Oh yeah, I'm not actually even using any of the ones who are meant to be here right now. I'm not using Gregor. I don't. Oh, actually, Ryoshi isn't here either. She's still shopping with Rodya. Whoops. Oh well.
Dun, dun.
Oh wait, there actually is an Echoes of Aincrad demo. That I did not realize.
승기를 세운다면 지금이겠구나.
Alright, that's a sweet spot that I have now for like ones to do. Perfect. Good. Distort it. Oh wait, I just noticed as well they actually changed from them back to Encore. Presents for everybody! It's time to invoke the power of Santa. No, why are you attacking Why are you attacking Don Quixote? No, you've attacked your own team, you fool!
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면
Ah, okay. Flash power -5. Okay, who are you struggling with? Is it you? Okay, fine. You'll do this instead. Perfect. Because they took a photo of him. That's just rude.
이제 수에선 벗어났나?
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
I can't wait for Zen 0 3.0. It's gonna be an exciting time. Happy days. Dominating. Yeah, we're dominating both of those. That's not an issue. As long as we be dominating, everything is happy. But yeah, where I went to read my manga, unfortunately, has been like completely shut down. What's with all this hate towards freaking Sunbringer's outfit? Like, it's gonna get hideous. Like, whatever. It's the same people as always.
상황이 유리해졌네요.
Yeah.
이렇게 할 수 있으면서
See if you can get it.
지금까지 그러지 않았던 건 주어진 일이 아니었기 때문인가요?
I mean, I have seen like a lot of hate and design both Wuwa and freaking Deadless when it comes to characters. Like, actually, it looks fine in game. Yeah, but it's not that Sunbringer though, is it? It's a different Sunbringer. Most likely. I will admit that. Considering that there's like 2 others as well, it's very likely it's not the original one.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Oh, really? I'll debate on it depending on her kick. There's a lot in there that I'm like, The horse one though, I agree though. I might. She's definitely got the cake, which is, you know, a bonus for me. I'm mostly excited to see what Phoenix might be like. But the ones which are up there for me are obviously Nora.
매일 보아왔는데도 감회가 새로워요.
Nora and Velina. I also look forward to seeing the one that's the blacksmith, you know, the blondie. I reckon she might end up being a support. Yeah, Wuwa's designs are pretty good. Like I know people say, "Oh my god, we get to play." Like Hisan seems to be like an actual sentinel that we get to be play as. It's like I'm pretty sure Shorekeeper is technically also a sentinel because she was made by Rover, so technically she'd be one too. But it's like, okay, let's just forget that Shorekeeper exists in that sense. But yeah, that's the problem. They all look good, even if they do have similar outfit designs. But yeah. Yeah, Ramiel, I'm very cautious on too at the moment. Like, she's very hot, but I have a sneaky suspicion design might change. Even though it's been there for a while, I just feel like it's going to get changed. I don't know. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. I don't know. It's Wednesday, I believe, Ray said. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums and did a run before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Yeah. Lady Ezra, I cannot say frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we going to do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but no! When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie! I wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation. I think it's Velina. Velina at the moment is going to have a lot of staying power just because she's anomaly wind. And then like Norma, she's just a cutie patootie with the bamboo hat. And it's like, yeah. I can already guarantee you there's going to probably be more R34 of her than there is of... Oh, sorry, it's Nora, I think it is. Of Nora, than there will be of Velina. I'm semi-interested just because Anomaly and Wind, I do use a lot of Anomaly. So it's like, maybe? I'll have to see how things go. Simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? You're out of line, but you're right. I am absolutely right. Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mendor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? Look, at the end of the day, Nora is just a petite adult. At least it was like NDE where they showed it came out as like, Nanel is a child. Like, oh no. You just opened Pandora's box by saying that. That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside all alone, taking down the ring auto mannequins who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. But it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster. They helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. I mean, they literally said themselves, the lolly stays. There was another day I got kicked in the balls again. No, I did not. I'm talking about Rebecca from Edge Runners or Rebecca from Warframe. Don't forget, I'm still suspended, so I don't get to see certain things. I wouldn't see Warframe anyway, because that's not part of my thing. No, I haven't seen it with Bangs. Nope. I haven't seen that one. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. They came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. Yeah, I'm gonna say, she always does. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit and I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Steve scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. There's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then. Well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. It could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, whatever you want to call it. My boss man Matthew said he could hear that kind of shit too. He said, I could hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things that you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing bad drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding round the gaffer, running their mouth about how they'd kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard. The boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like Barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think not. I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those studs, our light would grow bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so little if it were just a coincidence. It is like what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense, or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions.
There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions. A surprise even Faust. Our further analysis, it would appear that that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it.
Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me?
Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. So I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past.
Oh, to wait! Don Quixote began hesitated and stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod.
Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it.
I'm still shocked though, guys, that I'm actually off work tomorrow. I have a rare frickin' Tuesday off work. Like, holy shit. We actually have a stream tomorrow. My god, I'm not exhausted.
Let's return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine.
As the others quietened down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side.
I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark the whole time. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes.
Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here.
What is wrong with you, Sinclair? And right then,
Don't turn on the lights.
Mercil is very in tune with how photos are made. It's almost disturbingly so. I heard Mercil's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find.
Mercil, where are you?
Ah, there he is, a corner. Is he washing something?
I am developing the film manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution.
So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along.
Huh. You think you know how to print photographs, pal?
What's that for, anyway?
You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction.
I see.
A photo studio first, and now a dark room. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer.
The film's serial numbers even match those found in photo studio, or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way.
The image bears a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection.
Oh? Where do you get those photos?
I brought some from this photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, but they all appear to have been taken at various places in Encorp's district. Buildings mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store.
Correct. The photographs must have been taken by a docugrapher.
Mercil chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. It's an art in itself, in all honesty.
Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident of Encorp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duty. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single professional routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures.
And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job?
Yes, they photograph the information to be secured into canned experience.
Canned experience. This is they photograph the information for the canned experience. The only other time cans have ever been mentioned are to do with the Encorp fanatics. Apparently it like makes them numb or like destroys their memories or something. Or like fills their head with like other memories.
A dockographer. How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person?
As you replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause.
What makes you say that? The photo studio we're at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't.
My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in Encore,
You have to go to a dark room to develop and print them.
correct. Film was a usually first and develop a solution to be processed.
Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from the photo studio.
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it.
Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy like if you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light. It's really super suspicious that this dark room doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper?
I wonder if Mersault's sin is that he was the one that came up with the whole canned experience side of things. But who knows?
Oh. This probably isn't even a legit dark room. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen. Who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right?
No. Yeah. It's still so that you can still see, but it's like it's got low intensity as well. Mersault came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding construction developments film. It's always been a red room. I always think it's to do with the lights, as far as I'm aware. Oh, okay. Wait, that's crazy that you can change the voiceover for each resonator. That's insane. So if you like Japanese for one, you can change it. And if you don't, so I could just change Yuno's to Japanese and I can still have the rest as it is. So I like Augusta's VA and I like most VAs. Anyone I'm a little bit, sometimes it's Yuno's one, but yeah. And for the 1.0s, you can just change them all to Japanese. That's poggy as. You could make them Spanish if they have Spanish. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on for development is complete.
Aren't we already doing that?
Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variance. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request.
Battle?
There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down?
A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so.
At the photo due, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Encore pinframe team staff was defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio in this dark room shares some kind of connection. Or Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Hongbu, and Sinner Gregor have battled Encore pinframe team in its very location. It will be. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. You know what's even crazier about it? It's not the new Federation like people thought it was going to be. That's what's even crazier. At least by the looks of it. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Mersault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Mersault, you... Like clockwork.
You should have warned us way earlier.
Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mersault. Thank you. Oh man, I love him at times. I really do.
정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
And I've already done that one. So wait, it's gone to this one. That's weird. Yeah, so that is the right direction. So it goes straight to photos. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna go for a quick PP and a stretch. Oh yeah, absolutely. And if they actually bring any sort of like say improvements, because apparently they improved Palcharo, apparently people were saying, it's like, okay, then yeah, I because I like Yinlin, I do, and I wouldn't be surprised if that other redhead is related to Yinlin, not just because she's a redhead too, but you never know. But one of them look like they could be like Jinshi's sister or something, but or at least cousin maybe, but I don't know. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, her kit's just kind of a bit like pants. Like, I even tried to use her a little bit. Granted, I didn't have a weapon. I've given her a weapon to Cantarella, which has made her a lot better. Which, yeah, I know that sounds weird, but yeah. I mean, she has, like, String Master is the best Resonator weapon for every other Resonator, except for freaking Yinlin. Even though it's good for Yinlin still, it's just like, yeah. After the battle. So we didn't even fight. They just did a fight. I guess it was meant to be the fight I just did, but whatever.
Something sits ill with me.
Amid the sprawl of escorts backstreets distorted with the flash, Hongdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her game. But yeah, I've downloaded the Echoes of Aincrad demo as well, which I might do that Wednesday, you know, after work instead, And then commit Thursday to Zenless.
Are those photographs?
A long line stretched across the open air. Photographs hanging from it looked like laundry clipped to a clothesline. Hongdu is a little bit of a yandere.
I mistook it for a kumjo at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of escort, yet those alone remain as they were.
Yeah. I bet you'd love her and her Ardor Blossom ego art. Like, my god, they gave Faust an ass. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Mercil stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Oh, good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keep switching between S-Corp and N-Corp.
This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after.
The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Mercil, who stood there. He stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then showed his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off of it with clean, controlled motion. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now? Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film. Development is complete, and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. Oh, that's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photographs so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, all right. Ordinary folks you see anyway. Well, the one on the left is from T-Corp. Like bread. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier, though. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Mercil must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said docugraphers taught these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sissi. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe? What?
Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned Experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Syphises. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam week came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed-based content canned experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to reprocessing factory. The docugraphers fine-tune the experience's detail. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. Hey, they can fine-tune experience? And here's your example for understanding. You consider what docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as building. A purchaser to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulse violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for horticulture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy building. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experiences that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, the pure photography in and of itself. They have their captured for a desired piece of vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs, knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is if they could even manage to find a photographer who take the risk and help take the picture. So taking photographs is kind of not really a taboo, but like really frowned upon for some reason. Taking photos. That's weird. Even though it's been established there's a live streaming in this universe. I am not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia. For spending this much money on film, what could have made this investment worth? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiment or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortion, but I know they manifest through desire or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to Escort. That is, the escort from the past that only Kim and Ong-do would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There is horny fans in LC, right? Yes. There must be a strong fixation at play here. Strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced. Oh, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. He means in the universe, just for fun. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in the photograph. Sometimes I feel like Gulliver is our own little Mersault too. Ooh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Ong-do, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with Seven Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. I also relate with Mersault, if I'm honest. I don't always divulge information unless asked for certain things. Dante says one of the people showing the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. EWRC. I think she said, do we regroup, clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Roger's with you, right? Did you put her on? Okay. Roger, you there? What? Dante? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything? Neat! Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me? Brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on tier. They're packaged. Brioche, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread has, bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyway, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick.
No, it's not a fight. It's okay. You could always remove 1% away from Sinclair if you wanted to.
Huh? Then what's this about?
I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Mersault had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at?
Ah.
What a coincidence if they're at the same place. That would be insane, right? Cans. Oh my god, we're getting so much lore in this. Perfect, I love it.
I show long as well.
Actually, how long was the previous Italia? So this one was 9.514, and we're currently at... they tend to be around there, don't they? We're already further along. Never mind. I think that's 9.515, so yeah. Yeah, so if it's going to be... give it like 28, I would assume. So about halfway. It's the second half of the Intervalia.
Ah, I know who you're looking for.
The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture and I held up for her and gave her a quick nod. But she looks like she's from Teacup because of how, like, you know, saturated she is.
This man. He works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular.
Bread Queen. Bread Queen. I just saw that. That is a great apron.
He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers.
Haven't seen him around lately, though.
Those co-workers. I assume they were wearing the same uniform.
Asking the question on my behalf, I just showed the baker another photograph.
Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. It confirms our lead executive manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but...
I mean, Bread Queen. Why would you not like her?
It's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Or she'd be a close acquaintance.
Yeah. She's got a lot of detail in it.
Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of?
His name? Am I supposed to know that? Like, they actually did put effort into her where it seemed like she'd probably be an actual character. I won't deny that. I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause.
He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that.
The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object.
He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docograph with the building of my choice. He docographs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest servers.
So this is kind of like sort of the back streets, but not quite at the same time. Like, it's a very nice back street, or it's like the outskirts of the Nest. Yeah, true.
I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that. But this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for.
I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Mersault, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblances of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? This explains why she ate a lot of the cans now in her Encore ID. It makes a lot of sense. Damn. They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter, mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. That's the non-expression I've ever seen Mersault make. Holy moly. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the canner's production line is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended.
Memories altered for intense simulation? That does sound quite shady.
How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experience are extremely vivid. I'd almost go along in a way of saying like canned experiences are probably very similar to like, no, I've never been on them obviously, but certain like narcotics, maybe like spice or LCD or even to call it, where people do like experience hallucinations and stuff like that too, but it's like obviously it's in the form of a can. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on a possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns that canned experiences allow one to feel that one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Oh, art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans?
Where still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. Whether sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it would appear to be grasped with one's own hand.
Yeah, it makes so much sense with the Encore Don Quixote. And just a few of the Encore units in general, like Rogian as well as also Heathcliff. Like Heathcliff is just, he's getting brainwashed. So Roger's already been brainwashed. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth, verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop towards it? Doing chemistry, and at the time I studied my internship at BASF, fucking acid, 3 layers of safety. Damn! Whether that knows significance, I cannot know. But they sell well.
So, how much will you be buying?
Buy what?
You came barging in with all these questions and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two?
You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? The case was on point, actually. When our group gathered around, the passerbys gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Yeah. Like I said, if you because you have Encore Don Quixote, don't you? If you look at her ID story, her uptight story, it literally, she's there just devouring fucking cans like crazy. Ah. Come on, lady. I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I?
You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that in?
You even got to ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later.
So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers.
Understood. Given that the expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem.
Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please.
It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moment.
Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Hey, wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment.
Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it.
All right, I'm ready.
Frickin' waste of bread!
Yeah.
Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, boarding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Let's get away from here.
Manager.
Mersault approached me as we walked down the street with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled.
I have completed development of the film, per your instruction.
Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking.
Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed.
I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. He's very knowledgeable about photographs. It's going to tie into his canto. It will. Okay, I can see it.
Huh, that's pretty cool.
Oh, is it showing? Can I see too?
Hey, move it over a bit. Let me have a look too.
It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures.
Is this the same person every shot? In the same pose in all of them?
Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the ship you go, the lower it gets.
Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh?
We were squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Yes. A second later, all colour drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter?
This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change in each page. Nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up.
Was he trying to make a movie?
And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way.
Are you saying that
it's a continuous sequence of still images?
The arrangement of the frames suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage of violation of Angkor's taboo.
So there we go. So footage is the stuff that is all to do with the taboo. Because we weren't sure the other day, like what the actual taboo was, whether it's photos or film, and it is film. Seems.
착수.
Oh crap! As soon as I registered Mersault's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we going to be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. Oh god, I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far.
Miss Faust, what happened to us if this gets the manager killed?
Okay, so this is it, huh? And you're like, how would they even know? Like, they would. They would. Wait, what's that one there that you posted out of it? Is that to do with, like, from PGR or something? Because I would agree if it is.
Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying, and we'll be fine.
Encore's not going to kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll.
Really?
Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? We developed it. When Encore dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be A-okay.
There is a possibility that everything will not be okay.
Ah!
Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room.
Oh!
The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo.
They gotta send Mercer off to be arrested.
Really? But team leaders said that NCorp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation.
By the way, if you're wondering like how they even know, I don't know, but they just do. Okay, if you violate a taboo, I think the head gets notified or something, and then it gets like passed down as like an automated thing. It's like, right, you're fucked, mate. You're fucked.
If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, NCorp won't be sticking their fixes on our butts right away, and they could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it may be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably.
So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail?
It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They're going to show you one image every few seconds so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo.
I think it's only freaking Sinclair's face is still in shock. Yeah, man, I thought we'd have more time before we piss off Encore. I think it's only in Encore it's a taboo, not like in any of the other wings.
Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Mersault, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning NCorp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo?
Otis picked up the film roll from the ground and showed it to Mersault.
That cannot be determined unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent.
Without waiting for Mersault to finish, Otis unrolled the film and raised it against the sky.
The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sort. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage.
Since IDs or alternative versions, there are normal ones out there or from a different universe. Okay. The sinners are just who the sinners are. The IDs are all basically mirror universe versions of themselves. The entire gacha mechanic in this is built into the lore. We use Mephi's engine, which is the bus that we're on, to kind of like print IDs of like other mirror worlds. No, the sinners and the IDs are not always the same. Like, for example, let's just go with the House of Spiders IDs with Otis and Ishmael. Otis and Ishmael's relationship in our world is not that of a mother and daughter or like whatever you're gonna go by. Whereas in that one, it is where she calls her mama. So yeah, they do get to experience, I think, like their lives to a degree, and what they do, but they don't become them. And there is always a danger that certain things. This is why the consultations happen with the sinners, so that they don't have any sort of like, say, stuff bleed over from the IDs and try to take on any of their sort of things, because some of them are like obviously dangerous. For example, like the N-Corp ones, you don't really want any of the N-Corp IDs like values to probably bleed over to the main one, whereas like Faust's N-Corp ID is an absolute maniac, same as like Sinclair's one as well. Very different to our one. And the whole Gesellschaft with Faust is like a sort of forum / hive mind where it's all the different Fausts in the different mirror worlds all conversing in one place, like a forum. The Walpurgis ones are usually based off of, like, say, from a different franchise. Sorry, from a different PM franchise. So you'll get, like, say, like Ego Gear or, you know, units that are based on it. Whereas, like, for example, there's one which the Ishmael Kurakumi ID it wasn't a Walpurgis ID, but it is based off of someone who was in Library of Runa, who was also like the head of the Kurakumi clan at that point. Yeah, this is why the IDs that you have, the Sinner ones, are just a zero. They're just zero. Then you have the double zeros, then the triple zeros. We haven't had a double zero in fucking donkeys. So yeah. But in another mirror world, all of the House of Spiders were represented with like us, like our sinners. So you had like Honglu was the one that was the finger. You had Faust was his apprentice, which is funny because there's also another mirror world where Honglu is like basically the boss to Faust in that sort of way, because it's like he's the Lord of Honglu and then she's the you know, the bunny thingy. Well, that's the thing, and nothing, because Dante can rewind the clock to bring them back to life. There is something like that does kind of happen, which they did to sort of, and they brought it into like in a mirror for the in-universe reason why we didn't get many Heathcliff IDs. In Canto 6, the main antagonist of that is Wild Hunt Heathcliff. He'd been traversing the mirror world, killing all the Heathcliffs, because Heathcliff was the source of Catherine's sadness. So he got to the point of like, okay, I'm going to go around and destroy all Heathcliffs. Catherine got the same idea, where it's like, oh, you know, Catherine is the source of Heathcliff's sadness, so she's going around wanting to kill all the different ones from the same, or a different one. Yeah, they're never fully synchronized with the Mirror World versions, because, yeah, like, you wouldn't want the House of Spiders Ryoshu to be fully synchronized, for example. That'd be bad. It'd be very bad. The one with the sword smoking all the time. Yes, Ryoshu's the one with the smoking all the time. Yeah. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up towards the unrolled film in unison. Like, with the previous season, not the previous one, the Honglu, the one before that, where it was Don Quixote's one. Don Quixote's Bad End ID, she's not wearing the shoes. She's full on, like, the Sancho of her. And you have Otis is the barber. You got, like, Gregor as the vampire priest. And then you have freaking Roger as the Rogian as like the princess as well. The funny thing is, the Mercil blood fiend that came in down the line is from a different mirror world, but he has a nice synchronization with Rogian anyway, so it's quite nice. That is. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. Yeah, because because of the contracts, everyone is basically equalized in their power. So the strongest sinner is as strong as the weakest sinner, you know, and vice versa. So it's kind of like all equalized, which is established. There's still like a pecking order in a way, because they did like an LCB examination. Gregor's a wild card, like, and it actually does reflect in the IDs as well. Like, Otis has a lot of powerful ones, same as Ryoshu, same as Don Quixote. Yi-Sang has some good ones. He does have the potential ones, and then some of them aren't that great. Yeah, they had to be all synchronized down to Yi-Sang, because at the very start of the game, like, you meet these three individuals who are trying to basically kill Dante for whatever reason, which we still haven't met them since. And when they actually are fighting the sinners, they immediately activate 3-ring Mang against each one of them, which is like massively overkill. When we're only meeting ones right now who are doing like 2-ring Mangs and shit. Like the House of Spiders, and they're like level 60 plus or whatever. And it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, and then even like the sinners like, yeah, you know, we're all tough and we're all strong. It's like, wait a sec, what do you mean we're so weak? Why are we so weak? Because of Yi-Sang.
See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff.
Maybe they're just a gloomy sort.
Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Ooh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet.
That's when Bamboo Hattie Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation.
Yo, let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill.
Yeah. I think it's like, it was like tuberculosis or something, wasn't it? Along those lines? And that's why he always looks quite sickly as well.
Yeah, it noticeably shifts between each frame. Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreet's dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory.
Then the likely scenario must be the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo.
And usually when we get like IDs of certain characters as well, they still kind of like cover similar events that happened with us that we experienced, but we get to like have a bit more like lore, for example. For example, like even though we haven't met any in the game, like usually around Christmas they release like say a reindeer unit, which has been the thing so far. But we've got reindeer Hong Lu. In that situation, they were currently being shipped off to Hong Yuan, which is what Kando 8 was. And it was like a bit of a hint that's where we're going next.
In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct?
That is highly probable.
So he says, Executive Manager. We should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a Wings taboo. Phew! But if he's willing to go through trouble just to test Enkel's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point at this case is a taboo violator on the run.
What motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidy has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreet. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the Nest that gives you a pretty okay chance at the better life, so...
Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9 to 5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life.
Think about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo Hattie Kim, because he suddenly whipped around towards her and shook his head.
Yo, maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our corporate just like to play with fire.
Play with fire?
Oh yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot for his camera and another with the next. Until eventually he ended up recording actual footage.
Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it?
Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the backsheets to see.
Like, these look quite nice. Yet the back streets where we started at, which was near the outskirts, was an absolute shithole. But that doesn't make everyone here, even though... But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection?
Right on! It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo.
But why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain?
I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently, some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Better guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow.
Ah, alas! Is it not a taboo of Encore to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind?
Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector, innit? Backstreet blokes down for anything, long as there's coin.
Huh. So, how do you track this guy down?
Multiple individuals with the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase.
Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tail people who look like they're involved in what we're looking for. So they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed. At architectural conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue.
The funny thing is, when I first saw Yisang, I thought he was using a pistol. I didn't realize it was a knife.
And was it common for the plaid-shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence, please advise for...
They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh?
Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself.
Nope. This crowd sure doesn't look like they're going to let us follow them. But it's quite nice with Yisang. I like a lot the fact that a lot of his Mirror World ones tend to actually be really good units. Just because it's like, well, he had the potential. Because he came up with the technology anyway. It's just that he never really went out of his way to like pursue that potential.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
방금 공격은 좋았어.
Oh, Snowbreak, right. I was wondering what it was from. Oh yeah, that's right, it is Snowbreak. Sorry, that's where the image came from. Man, I can't believe Wuthering Waves is now copying Snowbreak. Damn. It's okay though, Snowbreak is practically dead at this point, so... Or at least it's floundering along, sadly.
대련이니까 여기까지.
괜히 목숨을 걸지 마. 내가 가주가 된 이상 너도 내가 돌봐야 할 홍원의 사람이니까.
전투 응대에 나선다.
And sometimes you realize like how good certain units are when you actually like decide to defend and shit too. It's like, wait a second. This character's better designed for defense. Holy shit. Like, I still think if we ever do get an Ezra ID, it's going to be like a Walpurgis one. Maybe. I would love to get Moses, and of course it's probably very likely going to be Otis for Moses. Otis for Moses. It would make sense. But we'll see. But she'd be an interesting character because she doesn't tend to really be offensive outside of like when she manifests the very physical smoke. As you can see here, like, Ezra has a lot more health than our units, whereas most of our units have similar health.
해냈구나. 나라도
And are they? They're actually lowering the level of these guys, right? Aren't they as well, Galavir? Or are they raising them?
물렁물렁한 곤약 같은 놈일세. 카타 대기만 해도 썰려 나가.
Yeah, because they're level 60. I'm pretty sure they're actually lowering them to level 50 instead. Now this. Oh, come on. You're not going to do it? Wait, no, you said it was dominating. I feel robbed of this. What do you mean? Oh, wait, no. Did use it? Wait, what? I want to use that ego. It's a good one. I need to get the ego for her as well, where it like lets her freaking well, it's the same one. Are we just getting nailed right now? Oh my, I need to look at what that is. I see the nail right there. But every single one of the sinners has like been kind of semi-important to a degree. To be fair, the only one who hasn't really been super duper duper important, at least in my opinion, to a degree. Maybe Ishmael and Heathcliff to a certain degree. But they have led to things that have been important.
저 개체는 오래 버티지 못하겠군요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Because Roger was part of like the Yugoslavia, wherever the frick it was called, that group, and then obviously he left. Sinclair, like his father was like a big inventor and user of the prosthetic. Yi Sang was the one that invented like the mirror thing. Don't care as a blood fiend. Oh, just a general.
징계팀 직원이라면 당연한 판단이긴 해. 잘했다.
Okay, no one's really been rank and file.
모두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시며
Like even Greco was like the poster child.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지. 본국 제일검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 위용이 뭐 있다고.
I know I shouldn't, but fuck it. Someone's about to die. Maybe. Unless they kill them before I can put it off. You ass? Oh, no, no. Never mind. So you just shot Faust. Okay. Still pretty sure the sweepers are like under a blood fiend. They gotta be. It's like, wow, what did you do to help in that fight? Yeah, you saying I shot Faust. You're an asshole. Yi Sang does love to kill everybody, you're right. Oh, it's just no battle. So weird. I mean, I can actually see what they're doing right now. Yeah, I mean, like, that's fine. Like, I'll win rate as long as it all works well and nice. I need more announcers. I can have 100 announcers now. It's a crime that I don't have more. There's not even 100 announcers in the game. But eventually. The power.
정상값이네. 사실 그 상황에선 그런 공격밖에 고를 게 없었지. 그치?
Yeah, hope everyone's still having a lovely little Monday today. I need to check I'm not actually in work tomorrow. Because I was off,
요료슈쿠.
but I got this feeling someone's been announced, someone put me in.
짧은 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠.
Thank you, Aria. You're adorable. Good. I'm still off tomorrow. That's the Poggers. Man, so much BL. I really still wish I had Ishmael BL though, but I don't have her right now. I'm gonna have to wait till they get the shards. They should be a great addition to the team. Absolutely fantastic, you could say.
숨을 거두리라. 확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한
Otis,
수감도 넘어간 적.
best blade lineage.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 옳다.
I've actually just been, like I said earlier, utterly surprised by how good Yisang Blade Lineage's clashing actually is. Like, my god.
안 잡고 뭐해?
Exactly! We haven't killed anyone yet? What do you mean we haven't killed anyone yet? This should actually do such a huge damage instead. Who is it? I really wish there was a way for it to not have shaky cam. Like, I've checked all the settings, and like, there's nothing to do to turn it off. It's like, oh my god.
흉터의 결과요.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 또 멀다.
My god, I wish there was.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나가서
Who else could possibly get like an upgraded with the ego?
이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
자, 빌어보세. 이 돌이 기꺼이 그대에게 가서 맡기를.
Hey, Mercil's the best one, obviously, that we've had so far. I mean, I guess we could get like either a library one or a bot, but more like library. That is a big thing in library.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
Damn. I can't believe you're able to like literally dodge a photograph. That's amazing. I'm so proud of you,
우리
Otis.
쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네. 잘 됐다.
Hey, what exactly is this? Ah, okay. That seems like that's going to be a mechanic down the line.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Gonna be great. Icy Encore.
흐트러지게.
I would laugh if Mercer is somehow cloned it. Wouldn't surprise me. Or they cloned him. Now, I'm already aware of who the end boss is that we fight at the end of all this. My wonder is like, I wonder if the Blade Lineage team would still be able to actually beat her. But we'll see. We shall see indeed.
침착한 결과입니다.
방금 청소를 수행한 요원께 W사 인재관리부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀
죄를
있습니다.
새겨주겠어.
If you're used to mechanic, you'll probably be fine.
전공 모드 마크 셋. 대박.
아름다운 것,
간지였는데.
그렇지 않은 것.
아이씨. 한 번쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 때
이제 수에선 벗어났나?
이상. 길을 막고 있는 사람이 뭔가 이상합니다. 하지만 멈출 수 없습니다.
We must never stop our march. No, the only one I've actually removed is the sweepers, where it's just binary. Because it is literally gobbledygook. I mean, Korean's technically gobbledygook to me as well, but you know.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
꽃은 지고 새로운 나무가 이곳에
I'm so proud of you, Faust.
것입니다. 그것이
Like
우리의 터전을
another
수호하는
battle,
제목이라는
and I'll get like I should get enough to get the unit for him, which I very much would like.
I mean, I guess how many more have you got to fight, man? Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time.
Did you hear something from your new? No, I haven't heard anything recently. I have appealed again. Obviously, I'm appealing every time I get the chance to appeal. The next time it does happen, I'm just going to ignore in terms of interaction and just let it like for 2 days or whatever. Because there's been quite a few posts that I've seen Sticks put down. I'm like, I want to respond, but I can't.
You were at least not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service D Clouds, not a combat specialized department. Well, they have all undergone basic combat training for extinction circumstances. They're not prepared for head-on conflicts such as...
That would explain why they should be down leveled to 50.
Yeah, I noticed. They got taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description.
What are they stabbing away for then? Whispering behind our best like a load of creeps.
Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale.
Mersault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence. But as though by some chance or whim.
Hey, Mersault?
I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, Jim.
Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say,
but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it.
Yes, madam. I would do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur.
As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now?
No, I do not.
It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in the list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, "Sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would it be nice to know what you were looking at?
Of that,
he spoke.
I cannot form a judgment.
What?
That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my game are just as unknown to me as to you.
Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of travelling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent as you have previously instructed. I have informed you of an imminent battle.
Oh, thank you! You boss clock! Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there!
So that must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there.
Ah,
Gotcha. Be right there.
The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersault had predicted, we made our way into the building.
Oh, bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch.
How does NCorp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them!
It is a wing after all.
Are these the taboo violators? I thought the corporate worked alone. Now I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports.
The NCorp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people.
Oh, what were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organised taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Or do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that.
Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Oh hey, there's the distortion. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw in the Chinokans' faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men!
Shield your eyes!
The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice.
Ah!
I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it.
The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation.
Oh, shit! Oh, I saw that. Oh, I'm so finished.
Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals.
Alright, dudes. Oh man, folks. This is starting to get a little embarrassing, dudes.
A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness. Past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes.
Mentor?
How's Urban on, dude? What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes?
The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in NCorp gets...
Of course I know. But I watch it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded.
Hang on.
He's right. That video's not a recording.
Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the NCorp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves.
Is that thing talking to us?
I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background.
Oh my god, it's like Honkai Star Rail. So you trapped me down this far.
After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing.
Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... Yeah, what is foolery but wordless buffoonery in the absence of food, dude? The hallowed vessel bereft of it all, but lingering delusions grants not even a brawl of echo to the dogged extortion of toes. Extortion of toes. I don't know that word, man. What's this fella on about? I should not issue means to obstruct our official duties. We won't hesitate to use force.
Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon.
I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness.
After what I went through to take refuge, they still ended up finding the place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing.
It's repeating the same sentences over and over.
Now that does make me wonder though, was I just as far gone when I distorted past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'll be you first, right?
Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employees' attacks. Maybe he is the badass, who knows? As though he was goading us into telling him the truth.
Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I may have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both fiend and foe unrestrained.
It's true, he did. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that?
I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me that, Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a bug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver? Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor? Simply unconscientiable. Rude as hell, and some might say, my poor heart almost burst out of my chest courtesy of you.
Alright, take care, have a good one. We'll be taking care of some woo-wah tomorrow. We'll be wuthering them ways, the cyberpunk and... cyberpunk first, obviously.
Or are you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing?
In that split second, I think I saw Mersault's eyebrows twitch.
Yes, a battle is imminent, manager.
Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Escorp, followed by Bamboo-Hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chinook.
Mentor!
Yo, keep that up and you'll shut me deaf, Angdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights?
Mentor, still do I wait from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away.
Yeah, isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far are like earlier when...
Another flash.
What was that? Everyone went dark. I don't understand what's happening. But first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track.
Adjusting projection.
I've been straying far and wondering all day for this exact reason, and...
So that was his mechanism.
Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserve your gaze.
Oh, bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this bloody rate.
It changed.
I did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the other.
As Mersault identified, there was something different about the group of Chinook this time. They're accompanied by someone else. Aha! There she is. A warrior in impressive armor wielding a sword that was just as tall.
Oh, that armor and a great wonder of the South Circle? To be reunited in such a manner.
The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. Wonder who get her as an ID, if they do.
Arrow.
I suppose that hat would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner, I'm Military Commissioner Im Byung-yep. How do you fare, friend?
At the signal's arrows loosey. Seize the accused.
The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Shinokin began to swarm us. I wonder if this is the final fight of the Intervalia, because yeah, they're right here.
가 조금 유리한 환경에 놓이게 된 것 같아. 하지만 우리가 걱정할 건 하나도 없어. 최선을 다할 거잖아.
Oh no, we don't have Bamboo Hatted Kim here. I mean, we do, but we also don't. Alright, who's actually clashing already? Okay, they're clashing with... We gotta take care of the trash, basically. God damn it. Bear splitter? Jesus. Struggling? That's not a good sign. I mean, okay, O's can actually deal with that. Weirdly enough. Man, we actually have to be careful here. I know in the mirror dungeon it's somehow one-shot one of my characters, and I still do not know how that happened, if I'm honest.
확실히 훌륭하군. 오버한 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
Like, probably this is the first phase, and then we get like the second phase later, I'd assume. This might be one of the encounters I actually have to like swap out the Blade Lineage team. It made me very sad because I want to use them.
너희는 잘해낼 거야.
Okay.
언제나 그랬듯이. 실패할 수도 있겠지. 언제나 그랬듯이.
Oh, the clashes. Music though, yo. Ah, you're actually clashing with that one, and then you're clashing with... You're not even clashing, actually. What the fuck? You're attacking that, but... okay. She's getting hit by that, so I'm not going to worry about it. I can ignore that for now. Yeah, you're currently attacking that one, so... I mean, that's a neutral, which is not great. Ah. Wait, who are you attacking with that one? Oh shit, you're attacking freaking Otis? No. David, perfect. Even better.
전투응대에 나선다.
Yeah, I gotta make sure I make use of Ezra. Because Angdu does not have a lot of help, I just realized as well. Oh boy.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Should be able to use his ego next. Anyone is the time killing time guy as well, but if you have like anyone that could probably utilize that properly. Oh, people, but still.
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어.
Okay, British.
하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
Yeah, she is not. Yeah, she's not 275. But yep. Perfect. Even better. Oh, okay. So like that one does. We can't actually clash with that. That's fine. What do you mean hopeless? Oh boy, that's no good. That's no good sign at all. I thought it was unclashable. Whatever.
나대지 말고 내 뒤에 서 있어, 주인.
Oh wait, she was attacking that anyway, so yeah, that doesn't matter. Don't go for that one. I'm gonna have to use this ego. God, I didn't really want to. I mean, it worked kind of nice for down the line, but
된다면 사활을 건다.
Screw hammer. What the hell's a screw hammer? I mean, is it a hammer that has a load of screws on? That'd be cool.
혈이 남자하오.
I mean, this technically should at least, I mean, it'll AoE damage everyone. And hey, it's okay if some blade lineage die because that just powers up the blade sword, so bogus. As long as he's not the one that dies.
숨을 거두리라.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어. 티페리트.
이 불 또한
당연한 걸 한 것 가지고
예술의 방울
칭찬할 필요 없어. 신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼
I'm gonna stand sort of by my place. I swatted it and damn thing disappeared. So I got swung it again, hit it, fucking flew out. Wow. I hate it when that happens. I can relate.
외워야 할 관리법과 성능은 많잖아요.
Oh, now this is interesting. Hello. So you're like, are you? Yeah, they're all attacking that guy. Yeah. I know that all too well, my dude. Hey, no, go for that one. Yeah, slash series would be nice. And then like, yeah. Perfect. It's kind of how I felt like the other week, where it's like, okay, I've killed this spider, I've killed that spider. Why is there another one? Yeah, this is the new chapter, the new Intervalio. which is leading up to the next canto. We're currently in Encore. And we've had a lot of like lore to do with the canned experiences, and we're currently doing with a distortion. And this is like, we've got Bamboo Hatted Kim. And this distortion is actually that projector right there.
다들 평소보다 의욕적이야. 이런 분위기는 흔치 않아서 설레이네.
죄를
쓸데없이
새겨주겠어.
흥분한 걸 수도 있지. 뭐 나쁜 건 아니기도 하고. 요새 이 일 말곤 할 게 없어서 그런가 자꾸 배기 타게 된단 말이지. 해결사 영상 보는 거랑 좀 비슷한 느낌도 있고. 솔까 이건 좀 재밌을지도.
I feel like you're projecting a bit, but yes, indeed. I wondered if you were gonna try something like that. I was expecting there to be a pun, and I'm not disappointed. Oh, yes, indeed. Hang on, because I want to say like exactly when they're attacking. Hey, Zochi Flows, welcome in Raiders. How we doing? They're doing that one. All right, cool. Hey, let's see what you're up to. What you been up to? Oh, you're playing some Limbus Company yourself as well? Nice. How you doing? Hopefully this isn't spoilers for you. Welcome to the latest in Divalio. And if you have done it, I hope you've been enjoying it. So yeah. Those who don't know who I am, hello, I am Wobbsy. I stream a lot of Gacha, and I've been going through the Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky series as well. Or just the Legend of Heroes. We're currently going through Cold Steel, which is a very fun, happy time. I mean, this you can currently do this in the event anyway, so it's not too bad. I'm just using all the power of the BL as best as I can do. You can't ever complain about the music being absolutely freaking fantastic in these. Favorite, nice. So whereabouts are you currently in Limbus Company? Out of pure interest. Is it just like brand new, or yeah? I just don't start seeing new people coming to the community. Well, start the game, should we say? I've been playing since they introduced Kanto 7. That's how long I've been playing for, at least anyway. Maybe I'm saying so cheaply. But yeah, if you do need to go and relax or anything like that, and like, you know, just wind down after your stream, I completely bloody understand. I absolutely do. But yeah. There's your brand here. I'm Wobbsy. I am a Orc VTuber, or a Goblin VTuber. Oh, you're in the first in Divalio? The gallery. You're not too far behind.
제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
Nice, so you're mostly caught up. Great. What's been your favorite Kanto so far? For me personally, I still think it's got to be Heathcliff's. I've been playing it for a while. Okay, fair enough. You really like Hong Lu's? Nice. I will admit I liked Hong Lu's final fight against Granny. But some of the bits leading up to it I did not like. Yeah, I can understand that. Like, I would say Ryoshu's was sort of one of the weaker ones, but stronger ones as well. It's kind of weird to say, I know. It's just like, wait, what do you mean it's both weak and strong? It's like, look, at the end of the day, it was still good, but it definitely had issues. But it was still nice. It was still very nice. Yeah, those fights. Oh my god, those fights were fantastic. They truly were. Wait a second. What are they clashing with right now? Oh, they're clashing with the first two skills. Perfect. God, this music's so Chinese. I don't think that's gonna work if I do. Yeah, still struggling. But yeah, I'm very much of the sort of like attitude as well when it comes to using whatever teams you want to use. Just use whatever team you want to. Like when I was going through the Ryoshu Kanto, I was actually using Molasang, and I had a few people come and go like, "Are you using Molasang?" I was like, "Yeah." Why? I was like, because he was on the team at the time. Like, whatever. I'm just going for it. And he actually did do pretty good for a while. Apparently, he's like one of the worst IDs, considerably considered one of the worst ones. He did what I needed him to do, and I was happy with it. Yeah, good clashing for what I was against, and yeah, I was happy. Like I would defend my my slime meal, even though I've never actually used slime meal. I do actually want to use slosh meal at some point. I just haven't really got around to using it properly in a team yet. But I will. I promise. I have a team in mind, but I'm waiting for them to actually add more teams for you to create, because I've already capped out my 20. Yeah, slosh meal. You know the one which is it's the one where she's got the fairy king, or whatever it is, ego gear on. It's only double zero. It's like literally it only consumes tremor. It doesn't really apply tremor as such. I mean, that's what I mean. I think it does apply a little bit of tremor, but yeah. I just really like the music. I love the music and the voice acting. It was just the music was just fantastic all the way through. It's not just because I'm English, which some could argue that, but yeah. Okay, what are they actually clashing? They're not clashing with anything. Wait, are they? Are they? No, I think they are. Okay, they're actually defending against quite a bit. Okay. So, they're actually attacking everything except for, I think, the first two? Yeah, that one. I'll block them, keep you safe. Perfect. So that one I need to clash with. Like, I always just love it whenever you come across them as well. In the mirror dungeon. Like, I would do a lot of mirror dungeons. Because mirror dungeons are fun. I'm one of those weirdos. My favorite sinner. Oh, that's a difficult one. I love them all equally to a certain degree, depending on which IDs they are. Most would say Don Quixote. Mine is not Don Quixote. I do like Ryoshu, but I've got a soft spot for Mercil, weirdly enough. Gregor and Mercil are kind of like there as my favorite. Just because they got a lot of my favorite IDs. Because Mercil doesn't speak much, she's just perfect. And Yi sang as well. I mean, it's difficult. I can't pick one.
그 짧은 감상 메르소의 가르침이군요. 대답 정도는 해주십시오.
Oh, he definitely is. Yeah, Yi Sang is very ideal.
네 상대는 나야.
정리 요원
Ah, they've just put some more in here. What are you doing? No.
조처를 취하거나 열차 밖으로 축출하여 청소를 방해하지 않게 하시길 권장드립니다.
How about character? Who do you think is cool? I mean, Otis is pretty cool. Like they're all cool as well. It's again, it's difficult to decide. I love them all. I mean, I say that, and I will admit like little bits of stuff to do with like Ishmael. I'm indifferent at times with her. That's the thing with the sinners. They all have their own quirks and little things that make them stand out. Even Hong Lu, like, he's just like... Pins on Ricardo, love him. I mean, dude has a... I mean, he has a goal. And he's definitely still going to be hunting us down. Like, I don't think we're ever going to escape him. And he, like, we haven't seen him come back yet after he got catapulted. But you never know. It might happen. Hopefully we'll see him.
이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
I'm hoping we see.
전투응대에 나선다.
Yeah.
방금 멋졌어.
Thing is, if we defeat a big brother, then we might get a great sister or great brother want vengeance. It never fucking ends in the middle. Because like at least you find out the story behind Matthias, like what happened with him as to why it's like, because if you do the Otis one, they basically started writing their name in the book, but then they got taken out before they could finish out why. So it's just like, your name's in the book, but we don't know why you're in the book, so we're very cautious on you.
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼 형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다. 심심하시면 시라도 짓게 운이.
All right, Crazy Joe and boy, you get in there.
아니, 됐다. 조용히 있으마.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Like, yeah, Roger, like, she's great. Love, like I said, love them all.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Flip. Are we gonna be okay? There's still that one left to life. No, he's dead. Yeah. Yeah, that is a Dulcet of the Ring, and it wasn't weakened either. Hey, no problem. Oh, he's like, yeah, okay, it's lunch break for you. Probably no time-wise about now where you are. Hey, no problem. Thanks for popping on by. You take care of yourself. I'm really looking forward to Mersault's Kanto when it comes out. It's probably going to be pretty big. And hopefully we'll actually get the fun that we want, which is going to be Heafy and Roger. It's funny that the one ID where she actually has any form of maternal instincts is literally the maid one for Ryoshu. No, it's actually almost like one of the more, at least looking at the, not just obviously Leviathan, but the ring is kind of a bit more open, even though it is a syndicate. It's more like an open syndicate, weirdly. Like, many are very, very aware of them being a syndicate and joining them as well. Like, they actively are out and about. But then again, maybe most of them are out and about anyway, and like even in the back streets. But Yeah, that's no good. Let's not win rate this at the moment. Yeah, that's the bow, isn't it? I mean, I could still win rate it. Ah, even better. Perfect. Yeah. I don't think, yeah, the cannibals aren't exactly like, we're very welcome usually. So we have way too much fucking poise on our Mersault. Or maybe not enough. Yep. To set my former right. Just a little more and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. To make our lives a whole lot easier if we get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us out. Yeah, because I keep forgetting, like, the claim the bones is how you get rid of the, the poise, really. But... Ah, shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go legging it again. The big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. No, we ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight and strategize. But yeah, it's really difficult to choose a sinner that I love most of anything. I love them all in different ways. Even Sinclair. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyong-Ip, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... do go cover his back too. I don't know if I like that because it means that it like makes it harder to clash with the damn thing. Because it lowers it, making it more difficult to actually clash with. So you want to do it as an unopposed attack. Do go cover his back too. No, it shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. Oh, you're supposed to lose? Oh. Oh. Cool. Okay. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to Nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust? Otis? Help me out here. I decided to start racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Gyong-Ep or destroying that projector bring an end to the distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Yeah, but does that mean that you have to like use to claim their bones afterwards? Because I'm pretty sure that's a skill anyway, right? And then it has to be unopposed. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I'm sure I'll get to see it at some point anyway, so I'll air quote experiment as soon as we get the chance to. Ah, that's why then. Oh my god, I've been doing it wrong. Of course I have been. Because I'm always afraid to like lose a clash because it means, oh my god, they're going to take health damage, therefore they're going to die. But no, I have had it once before where suddenly like he fully heals. I'm like, how the fuck?
I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but you are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament.
Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least?
Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit.
Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait. Maybe. Do you actually get to go into a dungeon? Go in the LCB regular checker back at the LCE.
He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion.
Apparently it's some kind of a code?
Right, keywords!
Yeah, because he has that as well, doesn't it, with the ego. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, Encore, the twisted character of Escort, was still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Oh, okay. So what are the keywords for this distortion then? Owenheimer provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It obviously being present throughout the entire phenomenon.
If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them.
Yisang puts his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the back line.
There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to Encourt's technology that was the core of the obsession.
I don't know. I was just thinking, like, if they ever made it like Nikkei, where their like portraits actually were animated, I don't know if that would remove some of the charm, if I'm honest. Canned experience?
Most likely, Big's found.
All right then, photograph, canned experience.
Nor it seems to transpire as of yet.
It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? Yeah, because that's whenever we had the flickers.
But that's what that strange sensation was.
Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be?
Yo, dude, it's Scraps.
Sorry?
Oh, I thought we were all taking turns showing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle.
Not a Zen riddle, no. Where'd Scraps come from?
See, when enjoying the benefit of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. They got a person of interest, to wit, has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information attempts to tell about him. Each town added another facet to the long saga of once-driven man. A man with a can-do attitude and uncanny ability to pull himself up from his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence. He became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment.
In pursuit of his ideality, the man had lost grip of fortune and reality.
Oh, I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself.
A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade. No, I had seen that look once in the past.
Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathom, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo Hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scrap. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before it's momentarily warped and flashed. opening a pathway to the distortion fathom.
Well then, we will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then. The gateway to one's fathom. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But,
Before she could finish, Ezra has redirected her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. They managed to disengage from the battle and prepared to enter the dungeon of the Fathoms. But Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still holding off the N-Corp employees. Yeah, they're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right?
probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so...
Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner.
Oh yeah, dude, I'll keep them at bay.
Hearing that, Bamboo-Hatted Kim stepped up.
My sidearm's not what it once was, but it should be enough of this. Besides, I'd little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Ugh.
Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was...
WTF.
Eh?
What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it look easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing its homework.
I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fathom would bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own. But that is what the abomination is gazing into.
Yeah, he didn't want to go in because it's going to be to do with him. Oh, she's shiny then. You're coming with us.
I ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Got us in there, yeah? Oh, that's...
He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even if the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter.
I shook his scabbard, vibrated cheerfully in agreement.
Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading.
We still have her daughter with us as an extra character, which is so strange.
What was it you said? Face the homework? Save the GPA?
Save the GPA!
Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior! You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own.
You make a lone... You won't make a lone stand?
Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle him on my own, no problemo. I want to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIRT newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? Hee!
Yeah, I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as his employee card hangs from my chest, dude.
With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while.
I shall take the vanguard. Ah, Mentor. Be warned that the entrance is floating. Take us tall to step over or you may trip. I can clearly
see that, hang, dude. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you?
Have you needed one?
Oh my god, she's so just... Oh.
Admit, Jess, you needn't worry.
She's just so idol captive, I guess. I don't know what to call it.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 믿... 우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
갈갈이 베어버렸어.
Best part about that, actually, what we just did is we can now actually go and get ourselves Starstruck, yes. I can see why there's plenty of art to do with her being a yandere.
제가 분명 말했죠.
That's why we had the crazy stuff.
I do not have enough to get this guy leveled up, unfortunately. I just don't. I wish I could say I do, I just don't. Like, if I was to go to the Sinners right now, even edit this team, like, where is it? There it is. Yeah, I have, like, nothing to uptie him with. I've been using it to uptie a load of the Blade Lineage guys, which someone could say, hey, that's a waste. But you know what? That's okay. The next opportunity I get, I will most likely uptie for this dude, because it's probably going to be worth it, I'm going to be honest. I didn't even check what it was. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, starstruck is definitely the right term to use. Thing is, I know there's a mirror dungeon gif that's basically designed so he can be in the team. So I can't remember exactly how many of the actual like these guys you actually need. Yeah, for every ally that has a last price skill, quit this turn max 30%. So yeah, it's like literally he gets buffed by them anyway. How many you need to really benefit for you know, Mercil, the Blade Lineage mentor? I think you need like 3 or 4, right? I think it says 6, but Yeah. That's what I was planning to sort of do anyway. I just don't have the resources to level him up right now. So I'd have like him in there. Obviously, I don't right now. And I'd have Thingy Bob in here too, as in like the Blade Lineage Ishmael. And then that's like basically all I have. Like I get rid of Otis. I mean, to be fair, she's been actually really, really fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. Compared to the other one, you know, Sinclair, she's actually been doing really well. But I could change Sinclair for House of Spiders. So yeah. So like literally, I could use the House of Spiders version instead. Like, where is he? I mean, he's not Blade Lineage, but he's supposedly the Blade Lineage that he should have had. Like this dude here. I can just bring him along right now. Yeah. Yeah. Because really, you only like he's there to yeah. He's there to buff the other Blade Lineage units as the mentor. So you don't really need them. And he gets buffed more with their deaths as well. But like, if they're not dying, then yeah.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life. My photographs too.
So, this is S-Corp too, right?
It is reminiscent of my homeland. But the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memory.
Is this like us going to S-Corp technically? Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp-themed haunted mansion. Ah, it is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth. And the thing is, okay, bleed poise. So, Faust is bleed poise, Mercil becomes bleed poise, Sinclair and that one is also bleed poise. So all you need is another bleed poise unit, and it's 5 to the 2. I hope you do too, man. Yeah, it's a Blois team. I think there is another one I have in there as well that's a Blois, but I forget exactly which one it is, because I think there's another one of the Blade Lineage that does it, but I forget. I know that Yisang sadly does not. Ah, it is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for true.
Really, I think it has a cool vibe.
Thing is, I like Blade Lineage Don Quixote because it buffs poise for the others, and Yisang just really well. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm counting her. So that she's bleed poise, Faust is bleed poise, Mercil is bleed poise, Sinclair is bleed poise. That's 4. I did another bleed unit.
Yeah, I think it has a cool vibe.
Where's my foot? I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here.
Yeah, dude, the lines of the downtrodden were set by 1,000 words and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I contemplated in consternation how the folks here had even the will to live on.
The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered here as he looked around.
If the distortion reveals the thousands of those it gazes into, as Kim had said,
perhaps this is how Escorp is reflected in Kim's eyes.
On the days when the skies were spotless blue without orders from the counselor, I would scale the roof of that choker and feel its rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world another had walked here before my arrival.
I joined him in looking up at that thatched roof of the Shogun. Beneath it,
a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso, dude.
there was a figure standing tall next to the building, standing defiantly up towards the man on the shore roof.
I'm going up.
Are you home? Are you home? I asked.
apparently she's a bit of a yandere too. What? That is an interesting looking... Okay, that's an outfit. That's certainly an outfit.
Nice. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate as you come seeking the mash of the house? We're not like a dog barking at the wrong tree. It's unbecoming, dude.
A dog? Really now?
Yep.
I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind.
Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? There's such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive. Like a bewitching spirit, I say.
See, I was gonna be like, oh my god, it's so Japanese. It's like, no, I think it's just Korean. Because that looks his outfit there looks Korean. And hers even looks Chinese or Mongolian even.
What's so bewitching about checking in on someone?
Hey, one thing you can't ever freaking say is a bad thing with, Project Moon is they do love giving us dark skinned ladies.
What's so bewitching about checking in on someone?
Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares?
Yeah. So it is like Korea type thing. Because the architecture screams Japan to me as well.
You know me.
She even has a tie on. You can tell she's got a suit there.
She certainly knows her jazz.
But I mean, yeah, look at Nikkei.
She marches full vested in washed out of armor, yet expects no violence. It wields a two-handed greatsword like a demonic yaksha. It harbors no hostile intended. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyeong Yep, the principal of the famed Im family?
You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epitaph so grand as the principled.
Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is rhetorical technique known as the backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise. But you are so bound by your precious principles that you'd rather be unreasonable than betray them.
I just also figured maybe they're trying to like do the two together in a way.
Doesn't officer around second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter?
Because the Blade lineage are very Japanese. Like, just because they seem like they're like ninjas in a way.
Why am I out of line, as they say?
I called Bodyguard P.
You two are friends, right?
Oh, this was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment.
I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons.
Heathcliff?
Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine. You have a point, I guess. I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too.
I mean, to be fair, Korea's kind of quite close to Japan, like geographically as well, isn't it? So like they would have traded and other stuff too. So culturally, it doesn't make it makes a lot. It's like I said to my colleague at work yesterday, is it was something to do like his dad wanted to go back to Pakistan or something to like sort of like get an operation or something. But I said like, but where they came from was one of the more rural areas. In Asia, it does tend to be a similar case, like in all Asia countries, where it's like, okay, the cities are like really, you know, obviously a little modernized and stuff like that as well. But the outskirts, like when you go in the countryside, are absolutely like, oh damn, like it's not good. It's not good. Like the standard of living is not great. Like even in like anime, they show it in like in the Japanese society, like not that it's bad or anything like that, but when you go into the more rural areas of Japan, it tends to be like the technology is not quite as advanced, and it's like a little bit more because it's just all farmland and shit. At least that's what they've done in anime. That's not to say in real life, but yeah. A close proximity to country, yes, although trade was limited around the time that the Japanese Koreans thought, yeah. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled.
Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters.
It's like I think it was like I can't remember. It was the guy from Monty Python when he was doing like his like tours around like the world. When he was in China, he said like he said himself like it's crazy how different it is in the city compared to like when you go like further out. It's like the more further out you go, the less developed it is. It's just way more like literally like going to a place like in the past.
It's because of that same lure that she took the joke well rather than responding by trying to cut my hair.
You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be. But I won't take issue with it. I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice.
Like, I'm trying to say it when it doesn't come across as me trying to be racist, which I'm not. You know how Twitch be at times with their freaking bot moderation and whatnot too.
The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the faction. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword and other way into the nest, at the right state counselor's sword guard at that.
I wonder if we'll actually navigate this dungeon, or we'll just be like, here's story, bam, here's the fight. I'm okay with it, with the ladder.
That's you, isn't it?
Oh, those superlatives. The reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you had towards the right state counselor if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hand, dude.
Ah, no, not a compliment. That's the word on the street.
You're a quick learner.
It's even the same here in the fucking UK. You go to places like Cornwall and Devon, like way more countryside. There's like a lot more, obviously, a lot more fields and a lot less powerful internet. Let's just put it that way. Oh my god, the internet in some of the places is diabolical.
I spare me the fancy reading of my name. But you pretend that pompous posturing because naturally is painful enough already. Give a simple and spell it out as bamboo-headed Kim. Thank you.
This guy, or whatever it is, that's coming this week, isn't it? Like a new refactory or whatever it is. That like a fight. I saw the stuff you posted in Discord.
And does he continue to veer away from the line?
I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one.
If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two. 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue trapsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and...
Hey, really? Talking someone's not very principled of you.
You're sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that?
Oh no, truly a mystery, isn't it, dude? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness, not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. Yeah, finding your way into the list of, a way of finding your way into the list of skin, huh?
Perhaps. Yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond.
The only reason it clicked that it might be based on in Korea, sort of, to a degree, is because Yi-sang is obviously Korean, like it's based off a Korean like author, and he's from Escort. But for some reason in Escort, they seem to be like literally killing like scientists and people who like are inventors, or at least putting them in jail. If I go far out enough into the wilderness, especially in the eastern and northern parts of South Africa, I could probably find villages with huts without too much trouble. Go and get in straight. Like, what the fuck are you doing here? Yeah. Like, you probably have to go quite a few miles to see it, but yeah.
They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you?
Dude, I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks.
Oh, you speak of the game of Tukjon.
Dating for the festivities of Dano? I was throwing rocks at the passers-by.
Fie on thee! That is the wrong deed, good sir.
I suppose it is. People of Pia and Sal in particular found it to be distasteful. I did not let the discontent be hidden. But the pie and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. I found it cathartic. Curious then is as a right deed or a deed not right.
Pio, Sal, whatever it is that you are now describing.
It is a well-known truth that Escort is also known by its other name, Pio Agro-Industry.
The fuck? Oh, so they specialize in agriculture stuff.
A wing specialized in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depths of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor.
That explains the Kanto 4 boss then, where he changes into what would be like the tax collector, right? Because it was, yeah. I think he was also might have been from S-Corp, I'm not sure, but still.
Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Zhao, Pi, and Pio, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Zhao responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grain. Pio responsible for meat and livestock. And Pi in charge of the technology aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once taught at ESCO, you must have felt the persecution the Pi faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity were designed for balance, but they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was also a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable escort. Alas, the noble intentions of yesterday now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarrelling bandits, bands of profiteering blinded by avarice, relying not on honor, but betrayal and perfidly to claim the top of the triangle.
Why did this is one thing I both love and hate of Limbus. They really like putting fancy words in, don't they? Just even notice, like, with her ID card, this shows how short she is. She's so small. She's so small as Angdu.
An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, until right state councillor toted the sour and rise to the seat of the left state councillor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets.
Okay, so it's like very regulated in what they can do in terms of farming. You can only farm when they say you can farm.
Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead.
Yeah, dude, who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield?
Is this why his skills are like called flesh and bone, to yield my flesh and bone? Holy moly.
And I've heard poem when walking the streets of Escort.
Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were...
Yeah, they weren't people. They're rats.
Rats?
Oh yes, the council finds rats detestable. Let's bother to start them from a distance if you want to crush them.
By any chance do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve?
They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania.
He purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a klepto rat.
I think he's just... I don't think it's quite that, because I obviously know the term rats now, obviously, from Library Ruiner. But... it's probably just this... I mean, this could be this corpse. It could be this corpse version of rats, or it's just he's referring to them as rats rather than people.
I simply could not help but react to such in the presence of scary rats.
Yeah.
Is that what you find funny? Speaking as you do, I could use a good laugh about now.
Just hardly expressing my gratitude. That is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bond. The gold to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now.
Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Don't want to get thrown in the dungeon team with real fun.
Yeah, because I remember in the library, basically the rats are individuals who are pretty much just bums, like whatever, and they do anything they can to survive in the city, but they're not good enough to really join a syndicate. They want to, but they're just, yeah, they got no talents to do so.
Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when do you stop being a sword and human again?
What?
When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the Right State Councillor. If you charge this choker when you're human again, I'll buy you a drink as thanks.
Is she cute? Haha! She's a funny one,
Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was...
Correct. I didn't mention her a few times as the drinking fellow I had left behind in Escope.
I've seen quite a few fan arts already, which you would see if I wasn't suspended, Gallivir, where it's like, people are loving her. Damn, there's some good fan art of her.
I must say, I myself found the relationship most intriguing. The military commissioner of the South faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the Right State Councillor, who's of the P faction.
Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Escort. Angdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordnance officer. Official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that.
Yep.
They do every now and then.
Well, I was in the service of the Right State Councillor, who's the first ordinance, you know?
Like, I will very rarely still see some Final Fantasy 14 stuff just because of people who I follow, but I don't see it often.
Well, that might be true, yet...
Yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escope?
Like, right now, my entire feed, like, of what I can only read, is full of, like, Wuthering Waves and Zelda Zone Zero because they've had a lot of news come out. So I've been seeing a lot more of those, which is fine. Especially, like, with the bombshell of, like, all the stuff we're getting in WoW. Like, holy shit, there's a lot of characters.
You would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escope?
Yes, your silence over a matter of such great import is why I've come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home for Escort, availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor...
I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all my past, both savory and unsavory, or shall be revealed in due time.
Tim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in her eyes before moving on. We followed without a word.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try, like, actually losing the clash, just to see how it works. I'm gonna go for a Pisk, because I could do one. Yabby. I mean, every now and then as well, I'll see something to do with, like, game drama or whatever, but nothing, like, excessively bad that I'm not already aware of. Emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? That one. There's so many people are fighting up there. We must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. The sinners all looked disconcerted at the strident noise of metal against metal. It is an unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence as the sound of war only grew louder and louder until they came to a sudden silent stop. The pedestal made of stacked stone appear before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of the hill. Oh, nice! I haven't done this enough to really know the different routes anyway, but sweet, I'll take that one. Yeah, yeah, like you're just too good as a battery. It's like obviously she's really good as well. I shouldn't lose this anytime soon. Like we got a lot of people.
이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
She's so adorable. I wonder if they actually got like someone's kid to do the voices for Arya.
네, 잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
And speaking of like, you know, like obviously game drama, you've probably seen it anyway, like stupid outcry over like the new Stand Up League coming out that got announced, like, oh my god, it's gonna be another one of those games. It's like, it's here we go again. I love the fucking meme that I've seen, and the thing is, it came true. Where it's like, oh yeah, oh no, this one looks horrible. She's not a good example of like a strong woman, and then like they become the next symbol. They get like Bayonetta to 2B to freaking whatever to announce Eve. Evie. It's like, all right. I love that the internet never disappoints. And this is why I'm kind of okay that they are now making it in this country. Apparently, where if you're under the age of 16, you can't be on Twitter. Which I can kind of get where that's coming from. But yeah, it's still bad.
오롯한 검의 길에 가까이
So much matter.
매우 효과적인 청소입니다. 워프 열차 연산 시스템은 해당 행동에 약 14%의 정리 기여도가 있음을 판단했습니다.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, you are right. I don't know why I never noticed that before. Holy shit, you know what, reading is difficult. Reading is always difficult. He lost the clash. Therefore, you know, he did claim their bones. I'm gonna actually let that freaking them play all the way. Some of the stuff they say at the end is like, man, I want to see it. Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escort, A youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in S-Corp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colours like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip, and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam ground, no one was there to escort him. So, like, if you do Mirror Dungeon, you're gonna want to do claim their bones bones Botgak, and also this new one. Is she using Blade Lineage? Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in his alleys. He's asking if we could help him with direction. What should we do? Has no group they can help. Yeah, I'm gonna say, like, one day you gotta do it. Wait, were you suspended on Twitter as well? And then you got unsuspended and immediately resuspended too? What the fuck? First thought opened their mouth to begin, stopped, then turned around to where Bamboo-headed Kim and Ungdu were. Hello, Rain! They would have made for a rather moving movement had it not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave. The youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtey. Ungdu later asked Kim what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply. Instead choosing silence behind the thingy. Inauthentic behavior once again. This assist defense is usually like I feel like that's something to do with like what to do with like Hong Lu and freaking House of Spiders Faust, but whatever. There's not many that have assisted defense, but maybe the new Ishmael ID has assisted defense. How you doing, Mr. Rain? Hope you're doing very well. And if you're not, I'll be very sad. You, my flesh, is not supposed to be dominating. How dare you? Hanging in there. Great. Canada. I had an email for it. That I literally liked one post, which I mean could be seen or constituted as there being a lewd one to a degree, but it was like literally not showing anything of a bad nature. But either way, that's not why I got suspended, because it's inauthentic behavior, saying like, oh, I'm acting like a bot, which I'm not. Very sad. Rain, please free us. Or maybe we should see it as a sign to stop using Twitter. But yeah, I like it. I like to use it for the sake of Nikkei and other stuff like Limbus. They post shit though, man. They post shit. Like, I don't think they really post like the kits anywhere else other than Twitter.
W사 인재관리부서에서 자동 승진 추천서가 발부되었음을 안내드립니다. 자세한 내용은 서면에 적혀 있습니다.
The irony is I can't actually even age verify because I'm suspended.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게
Which is ridiculous.
이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
Yeah. Oh, so they do post there as well, okay. I don't think Gwen still sends me stuff on there, but I'm like never on Instagram. Yep, I have. Every time I get the chance to do so, I have done.
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 데는 많다. 그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요할 건. 마음에 들면 들었다. 솔직히 말해라, 자로요. 보기 드문 용자에게 칭찬을 아낄 이유가 뭐였는지.
He did. The sad irony is that
너희들도 고생 많았어.
I won the clash. That's what the sad irony is.
언젠가 우리
I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison.
그때가 되면 휴식을
Every
기다리며
Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales, who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed. What shall we do? There, we're the prison guard keeping our eyes on the prisoner. Clearly pretending to be prison guards. The way we are was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Oh man, I probably could have gotten a gift from that then. Oh, this one has a story. I'm scared.
No, it can't be. My life is. The experiences, the memories I had recorded are different.
Yo, alas!
Tim came to a stop with a grim look on his face.
Again I return to this day.
His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we heard before. Mentor, I have been here before.
Have you? I had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and dirtiest secrets revealed like that, dude.
Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. And his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness of his heart.
Then this must be...
Indeed, the right state counts as a state. The one whom I had once protected, but was worth protecting, dude.
Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard.
Hey, watch out, on dude. Take a toe step over or you might trip.
There were bodies sprayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who.
Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councillor's... No. Were they killed by assassins?
Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them.
Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are or were wearing are adorned with the same logo.
So why is Bamboo-Hatted Kim calling them assassin?
In this current land, the right state council's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have had the guts to speak the truth in Escorp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad, dude. The most prominent among them, the left state councillor with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt.
Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies? That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly.
Yeah, because if Yisang's one, I definitely, like, I think you said it before, I think we will probably end up going to Escort.
If Escort's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side, is in fact fractured within with certain departments, pledging allegiances to a different individual than the chief executive.
Hey, what assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance? I had thought this no different though, with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I just placed my stone inside the tiger's mud, dude. Yeah.
Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councillor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been. Foolish.
Oh, I can't. I have failed you, councillor.
There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. They had put bunny ears on my liege.
I, Kim Lim, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you.
And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life.
I am too meager a person to carry on your will, Counselor. What I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust. If only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeed, dude.
I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought.
What?
Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work.
Accursed parasite! I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some go you have to show your face here, dude.
Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Councillor, who toils day and night in service of the royal court?
I know the assassins were sent by the left state council. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over.
Alas, alas, this unsilent display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself.
Let's see how long you can...
Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher!
What? What?
The accused shall heed his crime. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councillor arrived at the royal court.
He's been set up.
This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state councillor on matters of the state, found this offence to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter.
Huh?
Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honourable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are perforced to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law.
Hey, you spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the council's bedchamber with their blade drawn, dude.
The councillor? Might you be looking for the right state councillor here, alive and well?
Oh, my lord.
The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private arm in the left state councillor's service?"
He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap. Why, dude?
Oh, now don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungion, which is the cloud blade. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Take over Canada. Yes. I couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan. With you constantly getting in my way, let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble, yes?
No, this can't be, dude.
For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered right state councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain in his quest for the right state councillor's life. The butcherous man has already watered the ground of Escort's labourers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the councillor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Heed us, oh villain!
And Bowie.
Oh, did he already distort at this point? Oh, damn! And let the aura bond take you. She kind of looks cute with the helmet on. That might sound weird to say, but she does.
You've fallen far, my friend. You who once considered a candidate to the honour of Ungion. and with that brand of Anobi sapping your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only dull.
Are you to be my executioner, Gyeongyup?
I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now?
Oh, I don't know. The council has abandoned me. There is no path forward.
Ah, so basically, I guess the rope thing probably like makes them weaker as well. Like a slave brand.
So Agro Industries is more corrupt than at foot, dude. Run to the core. This is where the game ends. This is not, cowabunga. Time to resign my stone.
Indeed it is.
But why are you freeing me?
Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing?
As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you.
It's okay. Unlike someone who's made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I had the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court is so fickle that they would cast me down isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hand.
We'll actually meet her properly, I reckon, at some point still.
I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles.
I can't remember if the escort were trying to come to Hong Kong as well as one of the assaultants. They might have been, but I don't know. That was when the potential second smoke war would have kicked off in Kanto 9. Like, god dang it, man.
Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. Escort's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles.
I wonder if this is also a setup where, like, one of the things we're going to be doing is trying to, like, sort of better the wings as well. Like, we bettered the Hong Yong, for example. We've already bettered that wing. I think it was H-Wing, whatever it was, where Hong Lu is from. And we'll probably end up making N-Corp better, too. We've started. At least the ones that could do with fixing.
I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid.
Young up. Come with me. There is no hope left for Escort. You said it yourself, didn't you, dude? We'll never win as long as we're playing that rigged game.
Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I will manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter his den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go, now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escort. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign power.
Oh, I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escort, dude. You know how I am. I just go with the flow, man.
Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to Escort. That's all.
I don't know where they're getting the yandere elements with her from, but whatever.
Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes, dude. I joined the Blade Lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move.
They went into... I haven't seen them in the library. That's going to be fucking cool. Because I have been slowly going through it. I put a big pause on it, but that's actually kind of cool that I might actually get to meet them in the library. But that just means that I think that's because they got spat out at T-Corp. Potentially.
Then Kyung-Up would let me go. I thought I'd escape the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow,
it is.
I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connected dots, dude. I was in a losing play from the start.
Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form begin to grow like a wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after. Yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Probably will. They probably would. As long as I can do this, I'm happy to do it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody clashing? Everybody's clashing. Perfect. Go for. Let the win rate work. If it works, it works. Wait, why did you lose? You disappointed us. Faust, how could you? It's funny that, like, obviously the Yongdu we met originally is basically the Faust ID, but then the one we meet now, who's very yandere for freaking Bamboo Kim, is like, it's Ishmael, who also has had those similar, like, expressions as well. I've seen a very nice art of them two together with the same look. Yeah, I could. Part of me wants to save it just in case, but yeah. I could use it with no reason whatsoever. And you know what? I could also use it. I could overclock it too. It's always a risk, but overclocking once again is less chance of attacking your own team. Yeah, that's very true. Actually, let's not overspec it right now. Yeah, because it takes up the other resources too, so like, yeah, maybe not. I just wonder what other IDs we might get this sort of treatment too. Like I said, I kind of hope that Encore, the previous ones, they'll either get like upgraded versions, or of the current ones, like, you know, same sort of universe, or they'll get like egos that improve them. Philip Clare? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that, because I think he does manifest. Well, yeah, he literally is his ego gear, but still. Because they could do it with Walpurgis. Like, imagine they actually brought one in for Schlossmar or Slimir, whatever you're gonna go by, and it actually improves her. It's like, what? They brought in an ego that just to improve that freaking ID? Bogus. I'd find that impressive.
나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에
전투응대에 나선다.
학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리면 그 울림에 신이 나곤 했지.
I love that he's got the eye glowing as well, which is just like what happened when he distorted. And I feel like he's distorted twice by the looks of it, but maybe that's wrong. Oh yeah. See, that's the thing, is having 6 of them is always a good idea if you can do, just because of implying 2 of them. Whereas, like, you know, you also don't have it if I don't have it.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
Yeah. They gotta start giving us egos, right? Like clashes. Like the amount of ones with Faust is unreal. It's just annoying. Like so many going that thing. It's like, okay, I mean I don't really use Fluid Sac if I'm honest. Because I would prefer to use the one from the Art Knights end, well, the Art Knights collab, as well as also other ones too. But yeah. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. Wait.
A few minutes later, a small squad of Chinokins, torches in hand, rushed in from the direction the man had come from. Is this an Assassin's Creed thing? Is there a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties? Flee in this direction. Speak up if you had seen the wretch. The Chinokins began walking up to civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Yeah, it was... Are they hiding for some reason? Soon the Chinokins, having made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? They don't know anything and slow towards the haystack. As Chinokins began to surround this haystack, the man who had been hiding there suddenly burst out and bolted away in the opposite direction. That's him! The Chinokins briefly froze in stunned silence and began rushing towards where the man had fled. Something about the way the civilians were going has made it clear they didn't like that. I thought that was going to make it be like, we didn't actually give it away. Now I feel bad. Oh well.
너무 긴장할 필요 없습니다, 아가씨.
그렇게 티나?
예전보다는 훨씬 낫습니다. 로지온 그자에게 포커 페이스를 배운 덕택일 테죠.
There's gonna be a lot of hammering. It's gonna be great. Then again, they could surprise us. Like, everyone's still like obviously hoping for Roger and the FUM units. The rest of the House of Spartans that we're still missing. Which is probably gonna be Roger and Heathcliff. What if it's actually just going to be like N-Corp units leading into the next Kanto? I like that. I do think Wild Perkins is after this. What, you reckon N-Corp will go for the units upgrades for the burn team? Oh, you know who would have a really good, like, they could actually have an ego? Which I think would work really nicely, and they could just be like, look, we know he's that badass, so we're gonna give him an ego. Fucking Fire Fist Gregor. Man, could you imagine? I mean, even Faust got one. You know, for her one. Yeah, that makes sense, but still. Which means the Lantern Gregor is probably going to get one down the line because he's wearing ego gear.
한 번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
I mean, Faust one only really comes into like play once you actually use it. So, you know. Even then, I don't think it's that good.
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야.
너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트, 너도.
언젠가 우리도 모든 게 끝날 때가 오면 좋겠네.
Extra final favors that we need. This is gonna be a good time indeed.
부르고 있겠지.
Yo, dude, like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of path. My hand hesitates with no room left to place a stone to it. Miss Jasmine's burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed.
Now that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know this place and its enemies are projections of your memory.
Why would you be sorry to say that we're going to have Faust for this Wild Perkins? I expect us to have Faust for this Wild Perkins. And you know what I expect us to have? I expect it to be Angela, I think it is, which is the wife of Roland. I would not be surprised at the Black Silence. And maybe it'll have like a weird combination with the Yi Sang ID, which should be intriguing. I doubt it, but man, that'd be fucking cool if you did.
Yeah, not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find I'm Jung Ep in there. Jung Ep was a woman of learning principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was.
At least, it's very likely going to be library, and it would make sense if it's them. But I would personally, I really want, because it's probably only gonna be the Honglu ID as well if it does end up being that from library, is for us to get the ones which is, I think it's the Lue Association, which are like, they've got like, they're really cool looking. They've got like freaking cloaks and everything, like really good shoulder pads. I could have been a Honglu one, just because they got long hair.
She must have broken in the end. I scanned the newspapers and TV for anyone I could find on the current state of Escope. It's plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure.
Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grow uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memory.
Feast or famine?
Did this Im-gyong-ep appear as that monster does, Mentor?
No, dude. Young-ep wasn't like that. Young-ep? I still believe that selling PPO, I could have industry deserves to die, dude. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares where it's coming from, dude.
If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current escort.
You know, that's not what I'm talking about, dude. I'm just a wanderer floating down the river's flow to where the currents takes him.
Hey, it'd be also really cool if we were to get another one of the magical girls. Because, yeah, there's greed. Who knows? That could be Faust. I doubt it, but yeah.
In the river bend, I hit a wall. Someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the inside faith.
Greed would make sense for Roger, but she already has, like, Knight of Despair, so it's like, no, it can't be Knight of Despair. King of Greed's gotta be, like, I don't know. If it's gonna be female, like, we only have Faust, Ishmael. It could be Ishmael. Ishmael needs one. She could do one. I also really think that if she's ever get a Lobotomy Corporation ID, it would be the Red Riding Hood, the hunter.
In the river bend, I hit a wall. Someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once a bend, I already said that. And the river continues to wind and carry me back to Escope. Once I had fled, shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts?
You think I'm satisfied with the way Escorp is? But your method as it is now goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles.
If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to lead the game?
Because someone had to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hoped that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change.
Has that changed?
What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path.
Oh, stand in my path?
And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im-gyong-yep, second ordinance of the Sao Pyo Agro Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, will uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Alright, now I'm seeing the yandere side of thing. Those eyes, man, those eyes. Holy shit. Imagined. Obviously. Escorp and Court Circle Sao. Who would be the ID for this? I do think it'd be Ryoshu. It could be anyone. So many freaking things. Oh my word. Okay, so the first two are clashing, so that's fine. She got so many fucking skills. Why has she got so many skills? Yeah, like freaking Ishmael has so many. The skills at the back. Ah, yeah, the ones at the back. I was working my way down anyway. I should by rights be able to clash with every single one of these.
And who knew pride would be the way to go?
죄를 새겨주겠어.
처음으로 숨통이
Yep.
트인 순간을 기억하나요?
It's like pretty much an almost instant death, I believe. I think that's what probably what killed me in the mirror dungeon. Because I don't think as you do win rate, it doesn't prioritize that skill. It obviously just goes in order.
그대로만 해주신다면 오늘은 제압이 빠르겠어요.
Shock horror. I could see Heathcliff, but it's most likely probably going to be Ryoshu, considering how much of a weapon master she is. Wow, this did a grand total of like shit all damage, but it did do damage. I've already read the blurb as well that exists.
덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
It's nice that it does actually have a sort of like a thing for you to read, an investigation log. It's only one state as well. Yeah.
무파법을 이제야 좀 이해했다.
발굴이가 쉽게 들어간다. 어렵지 않게 연료를 뽑아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, because I actually want to lose the thing there, right? Wait a sec. I don't want to do that. I don't know what they're clashing with right now. What, Blade Lineage Mersault does? Ooh, you know what? I didn't even know that. But I don't want to, like, lose it just yet. Oh, and it's skill free. Yeah. But yeah, because it's designed to, like, do big damage, isn't it? There's skill 2, is it? Alright, cool.
시연합니다.
There's 3% for every poise. It's like, yeah, I need more. I mean, I think we've got enough poise now. We've got 30. Plus, ideally, I want to do it while he's got the upgrade as well.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것 쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
Okay. Skill 2 and 3 are like, just ignore it. Yeah, I'm okay with that being a hopeless. Ooh. Perfect. I'll let you go it. Actually, I probably should have used the scissors.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Yeah, like no damage taken. Alright, okay, yeah. That's some good damage right there. Man, I was not using his kit anywhere near like I should have been. And I think it's minus, isn't it, as well? So I did not do well because I got all the plus there. Very disappointed. Oh shit. Damn, she got the attack off. I can't even see what she's saying because the skills are in the way. Hey, where are you? I know it is a plus. Never mind. It was fine. It was fine. Yeah, because I always forget like the number on the right is how many stacks you have. Yeah, and it's still pretty good. So yeah, I'm not gonna complain. Okay, so those two skills to ignore. Yeah, I'll have to remember that as well. Like, it wasn't even a scratch. Like, holy shit. Wait a second. Prioritize. I mean, I don't like ever sacrificing my characters, if I'm completely honest. Oh shit, yeah, I needed him to actually lose the clash. Fuck. I screwed up his move. I'm so sorry. I was like, oh look, he's gonna lose the clash. Yeah, he meant to. Because you're not used to having that as being a thing, is to actually lose clashes. So your brain is always wide, like, okay, I need to make sure I win this. It's like, no, you don't at all. Like, I've not even looked at Blade Lineage Ishmael's kit. I'm going to assume she's like a miniature mentor. But she's along at the moment. Like, she's literally my healer is Otis, so I don't really want to kill her off. Never mind, she died anyway. She died anyway. I have no choice in the matter. I'll extend it. Where's he even attacking right now? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, true, but I can still use it anyway. Because I think you get, like, because of the stacks that he's got there too, it does more damage. Oh wait, no, that's to do with the claim their bones, isn't it? Oh, right. Never mind. Alright, let's start powering her up. I swear, like, every now and then I see him and I'm thinking, oh my god, Yisang, why do you have so much health? And it's not him. Is Drink to the Fallen? I thought it was like... I thought no matter what, after 4 turns, it sort of just ended anyway. Or if like a Blade Lineage unit dies, does it extend it? Because I know you can get Drink to the Fallen regardless of like your turn, so... Ah, oh, any ally death extends. Okay, so it's not Blade Lineage so far. Okay, it's just any ally death, not just Blade Lineage. Plus, I mean, he gets a buff anyway from any Blade Lineage that does die. I just want to know where I can see the actual turn time that I have when it comes to it.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
As it is, Drink to the Fallen. Oh, this time around I can just do. Oh my god, he uses Yield My Flesh when she's staggered. So it is the good. When it's only like at 1 stack, we use the ego. That's the thing is, most of the time, once you know what you're looking for, then great. Not an issue. I mean, she's got a sword. Yeah, like now he's only got 1 gourd. Ah, she. I like how it still says it's unclashable, even though that is not the case whatsoever. Have I? How many? Oh shit! How many stacks does he have right now? He's got 16.
검은 아직 벼려 있어.
Still good though. Still good. Yeah, dominate that one. Oh shit! Nope, wrong one. Perfect. Yeah, because yeah, she's better off in the. I just love that you can every now and then you can hear some lyrics come through, and it's just yep, this is great, love it. I wonder if there is some sort of like Mongolian sort of like throat chanting in here. Yeah, +4.
Hey, she's not as powerful as I recall. Yet weighed down by the brain, I am not so far ahead or behind.
I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Really? They appear evenly matched, yet. He's good, like, trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? But no, I can now utilize that, sort of like obviously even make myself actually beat the thing that I'm struggling on.
Can you afford to look away in a duel?
You know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of that character, that ninja from fuck, it began with like an S or something, where it's like they're all ninjas that was very, very lewd, and as you get the games you can massage them, and it's still a pretty good game, but yeah, it's like, oh, what was it called again? I have the one with like I have the cooking game, and I have like one of the other ones too. It's like I can't Bloody hell, I can't remember what it is.
What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away.
But they literally have the same hairstyle and the same color eyes and their tans, so yeah.
Yeah, kind of a proper sword fight with blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and military commissioner of ESCO is neck to neck. Clash at the class, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest that might be what comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand dead.
Sengoku should get... Oh, fuck, what was it?
Yeah, da-da-da-da. I remember them having like a game as well where it was like a water game, and they'd pump it. It looked like they were jacking. Man, I don't remember it whatsoever. It's gonna annoy the fuck out of me.
If that is what you want, I will grant it.
Yeah, good. Let's finish this.
Just as Bamboo Harry came and Im Gyong Ep readied for their final bout, Hong Du leaped in between them.
Hey, dear.
Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die?
Man's depressed, dude.
Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified at my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything. And everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts. Like it's done shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heaven.
Oh, it's gonna annoy the fuck out of me.
Senran Kagura! That's the one. She looks like the ninja chick, like who's sort of like a villain becomes friend later. Almost looks exactly like her. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the inspiration for her too.
What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the reality of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I worked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I'd gone. It's about time I admit that this game cannot be won, that...
Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows.
And dear, I thought you were here to talk me into keeping on living. Your words pain me so.
What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. What does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you.
Talk about kicking a man when he's down, dude.
And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts.
Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There's no stone left for my next gambit.
There is still branded, okay.
There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blade.
Mentor, that is not what I said.
Interesting. Wes, did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unlading ship.
Angdu and Im Gong were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as they bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. Wait, is he talking to Carmen right now? Is she like... Is he about to get his ego or distort? She's like... Are you gonna distort or what?
Your last move was not a good one indeed. I did wish to become a blade, and what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement you cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace that past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round as you say. We never know what the next game shall bring.
I'd imagine he gets his ego.
I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, dude. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game.
Oh, something different this time, innit?
I ain't distorting.
I think that's an effluent, perhaps.
Nothing is for certain indeed, yet I trust that the words of my less-remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain.
We actually get to witness it happen, holy moly.
I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I retain what encouragement I can.
The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman Im Gong readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you'll be okay with that?
Of course.
Yeah, from heaven's gaze is how I was. An empty boat it bore my friends alive. In bamboo veiled we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch blues frog. In mirth I doff that shroud to moon adore.
There is his sword. Oh, his sword's all oh wait, he's manifested his ego. That's a long ass sword. And his bamboo hat is now part of his freaking ego manifestation. That's cool.
So this bamboo hat to veil my brow.
You can like his swords are shimmering too. Ah, that's awesome.
The winds and rain may rage, I shall not fret it.
Heed to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character.
I am he who has mentored the lilies of blades to his premature end, did. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself with the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none, dude. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch, dude. Let's go serve it, let's go!
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번
That was almost like a Kanto sort of thing, but without like, not too in-depth, you know what I mean? That's pretty awesome. At least he's gotten over his trauma, I guess. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim has successfully managed to face his own past. Yep. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of Escort slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? Baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread.
A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives all of this? Just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life. Those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience. You have to care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. The experiences. The reality of your lives.
It was only in passing that I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mercel's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's for photographs, do you, Mercel? Because experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Direct manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mercer.
This is literally the most he's ever spoken, I feel. Uh-huh.
A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor.
What the how are they out here? This No. But blimey! That thing's still alive, mate!
It is but an overlay of patterns created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning.
Wow, Heathcliff slightly went to Australian a bit there. Crikey, mate. I bought some shrimp on the barbie.
Ah, accused one. But these are your crime. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing, or impersonating Chinoks. Chinokins, those Sao Pipio agri-industries. The crime of exploiting...
I'm just going to say Escorp in fucking future. I am so.
The crime of exploiting the suffering of Escorp is downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fabric. And, though it may be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading.
Before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him.
Well, I wanted to get this all done in one go. Oh, hello. Wow, he actually did get decapitated by his own... Beautiful. You wouldn't get this in a freaking Hoyo game, I'm gonna be honest. They're definitely getting more of the gore these days. I'm okay with this.
Can an entity to fathom slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes.
Oh, Gilgap is a woman of... yeah, dude. Gilgap is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here.
At the headless body, the inflection point crumples to the floor. Im-Gyong-Ep's shape slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there...
No way! Don't tell me that headless corpse is...
We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher.
Get him a horse. He's still holding on to his freaking camera, dude.
승부수가 먹혀들었군.
My God. Damn.
정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Wait, did I not do this properly? No, I should have done. It was just slay the boss, because I'm making sure that I didn't miss anything when I'm going through it, like, you know, in terms of, like, good stuff. I didn't. We're all good. Oh, yeah. Let me just, yeah, extract works. At least do the daily extractions like that. Boo! I didn't get it. So he can be the headless horseman. Yes, understandable. I get that. Yep. Could be. Absolutely. Man. The only identity I've not bothered getting. Yeah, she be. I'll get her. Oh, I'll get her. Oh, she does have a sister. Fuck, what the fuck is this? Like, she's got a lot more skills. Like, she's got more than her fucking mentor does. Hey, yeah. Anyway. Hit win rate. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. It is. It's just a few days. I am prioritizing just getting her with those, and I'm just going to get the resources I can get. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Taking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. I wish it was a jack of all skills.
The distortion has perished in the mission. Would that not cause trouble?
Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Andu and came with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though. It's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. At least that also goes back to what I was saying earlier as well. Whereas, like, can someone who is distorted still manifest an ego? Yes. Yes, they bloody can. They did. They absolutely did. But those who manifest the ego can no longer distort. Pew-wee! The point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear, I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors has kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with.
Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you're expected to. Is that understood, Mentor?
Yeah, Hank, dude, would you mind releasing the hands of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now.
The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded. With Ongdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen in any case.
Fine, you are released.
Yeah, phew, you give me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with grading your arm.
Your hem released. Allow me to reiterate that.
Stop!
My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay?
Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock.
Yeah, hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder.
I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field.
Yeah, guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips.
Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the Encores, frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us?
And?
They are those who were sent. They are those who were sent to identify and capture the ones who had violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be the most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us?
Maybe they were taking photographs to report their location. Recording footage is taboo in NCorp, meaning they can't install security cameras there. The only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photograph.
Thine words hold water, yet most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that with a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renowned obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question for Mersault. Given how often I had to rely on the information Mersault had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Mersault, do you remember how many pictures of us the NCorp staff took? I do, if it takes time.
That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us?
I do. That's impressive.
It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken?
I did.
Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? Oh, I make for a fine model if I do say so myself.
No, it wasn't you. It was me.
Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? This is where I think we might find out Mersault's reason to be part of the Sinners, maybe. Who knows? He was from NCorp. It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us louder and louder.
What the heck? NCorp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here. We had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters at your first.
Yeah, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you will be so kind as to let us speak.
Different business?
They are here to arrest me, manager.
Hold on, Mersault. Let's hear the Wait, what?
Mersault did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of NCorp employees. Please confirm that you are Mersault, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisyphe headquarters.
He was the Grand... That place, that headquarters where they did the canned goods? And he was the one who nails? What is the one who nails in terms of a title? Because we've seen the one who grips, the one who shall grip, and he is the one who nails? Is that like a really high rank in NCorp?
Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from NCorp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 with the eviction regulations, you've also informed that remaining in NCorp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Confirmed. Very well then, in keeping with the regulations, I'll hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties.
So he was banished from NCorp. Yet he was also part of the management team at the place where they make the canned experiences. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mersault?
Mersault, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the NCorp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager.
Then why the heck didn't you want... It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I?
You did not.
I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right?
Yes, I will. Subject now in custody. From this moment onwards, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to NCorp headquarters for your trial.
I wonder if his memories were used or experiences we used for the Encore fanatics. Hence the gauntlets. As for the rest of you, would you be the organisation the suspect is a part of? Organise your ass! Where in the bloody hell do you think you're...
Heathcliff, you are about to antagonise Encore, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged.
Yeah? And we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away?
This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone.
Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp's employee.
So where are you taking him?
A raid trial was scheduled for the execution of the XR sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mersault into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Needles, not noodles. Mersault, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. And that is literally the end. What the monkey balls? It just ends like that? Really? Bruh. I can't believe it just ends there like that, man. That's insanity. And all the more power to him, in all honesty, but still, like, bruh, the fuck? Yeah, I'd rather grab these first anyway. They're more important, then I can grab these ones afterwards. And I'll see who's actually online to potentially raid. Yeah, da-da-da-da-da-da. I know! Which is like, wait a second, are we actually going to have a Walpurgis night, or are we going to go straight into Canto 10? Like, bruh, what the fuck is going to happen? I am so intrigued. As you say, what a cliffhanger. Which thread is it at the moment? It is... Oh, perfect. Shock Centipede. Fantastic. I need that. I want that.
단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감자.
Don't worry, I have an auto way of doing it, so it's not really an issue. Let's see who's live. Let's see who's live.
달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
I found that this team to be... yeah, well, Pokemon will be a filler episode, and it'll probably be like... They might... I mean, they could do a timey-wimey thing of like, oh, it happened before or something, but yeah. And at the end of the day, it could still continue where he's being arrested. Because you can always, like, obviously, we have the ability to just summon him in whatever as well, so yeah. You know what, we'll go raid Alchemy. We've not been to Alchemy in a small bit, so we'll go say hello to her. But yeah, that's been good. Now I'm off tomorrow. As I said before, I want to, and we're going to be going through the Wuthering Waves update. So we'll do the Cyberpunk collab as well as maybe this main story as well. I might go a little bit earlier, but yeah, I'm glad I did this today. Thursday is very likely going to be when I actually dive onto Zelda Zone Zero, and I got the day off, and Wednesday I might do some like demos or something. We'll see. I'm still not sure when I'm going to do the Nikkei story, but I am going to do the Nikkei story at some point. I'm in no hurry because obviously we have a story too as well, so yeah. But yeah, thank you very much for hanging out, and thank you very much to Zochi Flows for the raid. Yeah, I mean, I've got quite a bit. I need to be a bit yeah, forward with things tomorrow. I need to actually bloody record something because I have been way too lazy on things. Speaking of dailies, speaking of Nikkei, I gotta go do my dailies and that as well. But yes, have a good night. I will leave you in the wonderful care of Alchemy, who is kind of a YouTuber model at the moment. Yeah, you do radio a few times, but yeah, you're right. I could have chosen someone else who was doing like Limbus or whatever. I should probably find new people to raid, but I like the people I have. Yeah, I know. It's not like it's my job, but it's like I'd like to still check them out.
이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면
Good night.
모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.